The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
कर तुम पे अरदास जियो पिंड सब तेरी रास तुम मात पिता हम बारक तेरे
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred.
Your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Oh, we will, no matter what they do in politics. Ladies and gentlemen, big featured stories today. Biden drops out. The RNC is more anti-white. The Secret Service and the assassin. Don't fire the libs. Microsoft melts down. Go free lesson of the day. What is blindsight? We weren't able to get to that last Sunday. And what does it mean in the Go Free stratagem? your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. Me. I trained this chicken to talk. Her. Really? Let's see. Me. What's a male deer? The chicken. Bark. Me. How much is 200 pennies? The chicken. Bark, bark. Her. This is really stupid. Me. It gets better. The chicken. Oh, it gets way better, Susan. That chicken, that got Susan's attention, didn't it? We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. A glorious Sunday for a going free gathering, as they all are. You are watching No White Guilt, and over the course of the next 4.5 hours, roughly, you will be learning a great deal about how to recapture your personal destiny, the destiny of your family, our communities, our counties, our states, our countries, and indeed, Western civilization. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And if you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering, I encourage you to do so. And you can do so by heading on over to Entropy, also known as the Dude Bro Moment platform. And you can financially gift me there. You can also make comments there. I'll look for them and what is going on. You can also financially gift over there at Odyssey, up and running. If I just press a button here, it should still be. Yes, it is indeed up and running. And you can financially gift there in cash dollars or cryptocurrency. D Live up and running in cryptocurrency. Rumble up and running. And you can financially gift there in cash dollars, but please no more than $1, as they take 40%. You may also financially gift at Cash App, Subscribestar. All of those I will be checking. You can financially gift monthly here at Subscribestar, also Gumroad, and you can also, I guess, head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab, and you will see all of these options in case you forgot or missed me speaking them into the void at this very moment. You can head on down the description below the video and find, if you are on YouTube, and find these options there as well. Over there at nowhiteguilt.org on the financial gift tab, you will find some cryptocurrency wallets at which you can financially gift cryptocurrency, a snail mail address if you would like to send me letters, and if you would like a tax-deductible option for your financial gifting, you can head on over. You will also find this link on the aforementioned website at the Foundation for whitewellbeing.org or .com, the Foundation for White Wellbeing. When you make a financial gift there, please tag yours truly, Jason Kuna, No White Guilt, all of the above, the totally handsome guy that comes on Sundays and most Wednesdays, that guy. All of it will work, and we will share here the glories of those who financially gift, of course, maintaining your anonymity as we always do. But that is a 501c3 entity at which you can find a tax break with your financial gifts. You will also have an opportunity over the course of the gathering, and I hope you take the opportunity to reach out to me and tag me as No White Guilt with your comments, questions, concerns. You can do so on the thread under the live stream on X right now. I have that up and running. Also on the live chat on X, on the thread, that is up and running. Obviously, Rumble, D Live, Odyssey, of course, YouTube, and I will be watching there the entirety of the time as well. Thank you all for being here. There's the great Vornal, he's troll slaying in the live chat. Did we miss anything? Of course we didn't. We're going to get into we're going to get into a story. I'll introduce you all to that chicken one of these days. But we're going to go ahead and, yes, it gets way better, Susan. We're going to go ahead and pull up. Biden dropped out. Did you all hear about this big news? And we added this to the lineup for today. The roll-in, what have you, or rather the gathering, the typical normal Sunday gathering. What did you all hear about this? And have you heard about it? Are you just hearing about it for the first time? We got a couple of items I just pulled up, literally, running and throwing things together. And we have live updates. Biden ends re-election campaign. It's a fascinating thing. Earlier today, even according to the staff members at the White House, they were all still, and of course, you all would have heard if you're paying any attention, and you're probably not, because we know how little politics actually matters here. And we're going to be talking about that as we get a little bit later into the gathering. But you all know very well how little influence Western kind exerts over politicians and politics in our countries. And then indeed, I figured this out a very long time ago, that if politics is a game of money, that there is no chance in hell of competing in politics. That's why we say here, and accurately, there is no voting and there is no violence that will recapture our destiny. Only the 201 IQ psychological warfare resistance, the cure that we exercise here, called the Go Free Stratagem. That is the only option. And we can use politics in other ways. And we can get politicians. And we've demonstrated this, especially through our great champion, No White Guilt clips. We can get them to stutter and spit all over themselves and bite their own tongue when we bring up the topic of white people. And we can get them to pay lip service to our demands, and we can get them to talk about our victimization on the basis of our birth. All of this we can do, and all of that takes us in the direction of a very different future for Western kind, and indeed all the peoples who live in Western countries, a place that is much safer, happier, and healthier. But having said that, we're looking at even up last night, even up into this morning, where you have staffers at the White House, staffers working in the Democrat Party, and Democrat politicians saying Biden is full throttle, 100%, going to the very end, and he's going to beat Donald Trump, and on and on and on. And now I'm wondering, are we going to be hearing about staffers resigning, having made fools of themselves, saying things like they just days ago that Biden works circles around them, that he's able to pop up, spring up out of bed, and he is at work, and he's a full throttle human being, and he's sharp as a tack, and he only has these little moments like the rest of us do where we can't remember our own names or where we are, how to ascend or descend steps. I mean, it's just like the rest of us. And then suddenly he's like, I'm leaving the race. I am being pushed. Yes, he's being pushed. He's leaving the race. He is, it's going to be chaotic. It's going to be pandemonium, ostensibly. We have a parallel to a politician in Biden's position dropping out of the race, and that was Lyndon Johnson. I think it was 68. And that is, I've mentioned to you all before, that was the Democrat convention in Chicago. And the next one coming up next month in Chicago, where not only was it contentious, but it was and pugnacious, but they were actually throwing down, baby. They were throwing down. Johnson dropped out, I think, because of the Tet Offensive. There was no way he was going to be able to win. This was during Vietnam, of course, the Tet Offensive. There was no way he was going to be able to win. And Herbert Humphrey, I think, took his place. And then, of course, he lost dramatically to Nixon, Richard Nixon. And so that's the parallel that we're looking at. We had politicians from like a Pelosi, Schumer, Adam Schiff, Obama, and Obama being a real player in pushing on Biden, and even, I think, signaling quietly to the masses when he intentionally led Obama off the stage. He could have walked up to him and said, at the Hollywood fundraiser, he could have walked up to him and said, "Hey, let's just head on off the stage. Hey, come on, buddy. We're leaving now." And Biden would have followed him like a little lost puppy, because that's what people do when they have dementia and mad cow disease and whatever else is going through the corpse in chief's head. Instead, though, he puts his arm around him and then puts his arm on his waist like you're helping somebody at the senior living care facility. And you're like, come this way. You have no idea what's going on. So I think that was potentially an actual attempt to signal tacitly to people, hey, this guy's out of it. And there are a lot of things that we can speculate now about. And for us, though, what's really fascinating, I think, is once again, while the world falls apart for people in politics, for all of our brothers and sisters, the vagues out there, while they look, for example, we'll be talking about the RNC being more anti-white than ever. We're going to talk about Donald Trump being apparently like pacified by the assassination attempt. No more talk about revolution. No more talk about tech censorship. No more talk about Patriots Day. No more talk about that the election was stolen from him. No more talk about any of that. And now it is a very different Donald Trump. In fact, we'll get into that later, and I'm going to get ahead of myself. But you have an open convention coming up for the Democrats, and it could end up at wholesale pugilism, where they're just going to be like at it. And God, I hope that is the way it happens. I hope they're throwing on each other, punching each other in the mouth. In there, nothing could please me more. They had planned on having a mini primary and having the delegates. There are 3,000 plus some delegates. By the way, it was just last week when Biden was on the phone with him. Hey, you're still voting for me, right? The delegates. And they're like, of course we're voting for you. We pledged to you just last week. And I don't even know, it was a full 7 days ago. And now they're all like free agents. Who are they going to vote for? But I'll tell you really what I think as we work through this, what it's going to come down to. There's a copious amount of information. There's a mad scramble right now to figure out who can do what and where they can do it, and getting into the weeds of the law, and not only the law, but the interpretation of the law, and pretty chaotic times. And what the Democrats can just push on through. The Republicans obviously are moving full force ahead to block in at least 3 of the states the changing of the ballot to reflect new candidates for the Democrat Party. What will this mean? And who might be on these tickets? Ultimately, though, I think maybe the beginning of the end, or maybe the apex of this story was, of course, the debate. And we speculated some about the debate, and we speculated one of the possibilities was that they could see behind the scenes. And in fact, they could see for a very long time, including Kamswalawa, could see for a very long time that Biden was out of his mind. We could see it. We saw the gaffes. We saw the stumbles. We saw the inappropriate statements all the way back to 2020. And you could see that this was a person in dotage. This was a person who had a lot of bad moments and couldn't figure out what they were doing and where they were. And this is an unfortunate thing that many of us are going to face, by the way. But we have seen many family members face, and we've seen friends and colleagues, coworkers. We've seen faces. We've seen them kind of crumble mentally. And it's a big question, too. Like, why did we have back in the day so many people that were able to live all the way into their final years, where they died of old age, but their mind was still fine? Maybe there's something wrong with the food. Maybe there's something wrong with the water. Maybe there's something wrong with the air. I thought the Democrats were fixing all that for us, right? I guess they didn't. I guess they really didn't. I guess when it comes down to money being the most important thing, and that's really what the election is, really where Donald Trump has gone, and the whole of the Republican Party has never left. It's just all about the Benjamins. It's all about the dollars. And especially these selfish, individualistic white people out there, that's all they give a shit about, is it's about the dollar. You're going to make my pocketbook look better? What about my gas price? That's all that matters. The white race totally obliterated, Western civilization destroyed, white generations, numerous generations to come, to live in actual hellfire perdition of anti-whiteism, nowhere to flee on planet Earth. But get my gas is affordable today. That is the Republican Party in a nutshell. And wildly white erasing white people. But like I said, we're going to get into that. But Biden gets out there. He stumbles, he fumbles, he bumbles. He's the corpse in chief. He's barely conscious. He did get out after the debate and had some good days. He suddenly comes down with COVID again. But the push was on. And primarily the main issue here were that the public is aware of, that we can be aware of, is that the financial backers were backing out, and they didn't want to throw their money away. I think also for Biden, though, when you watch your opponent get saved by God from death, when you watch that happen, it's like it's a throw in the towel moment. It's like a, well, shit, there's no winning here. It wouldn't have been, I wouldn't have been surprised, and I would have blamed Biden if the day of God saving his opponent, for him to come out and say, wow, that was amazing. I quit. I'm not even going to bother with this. But of course, the financial backers seeing that as well, there's no hope in hell. Now, there's a deeper dimension as well. I'm just rhyming it all together, even repeating the same word and rhyming. And that is that you have all of the races down ballot for the Democrats, and they are increasingly, and we're increasingly speculating that Biden would drag them all down, that he would pull them all down, and they would be losing to the Republicans. And then that would give the Republicans maybe both House and Senate, as well as presidency. And the Democrats are fearing this. I don't know why. Republicans have had the trifecta more than once and do nothing. They blow it they do nothing for their voters, at least. They do nothing for their voters. They do plenty for the anti-white financial interests that are behind them. They do. And again, what does it come down to? Politics. It's money. And no complaining about that's just the reality. We have to accept the reality and then chart our course through that reality. So I think they're worried about that. And they're thinking that, well, maybe a different candidate, but would prevent this sort of like boat anchor on all of the other races down ballot. But there's probably something deeper. In fact, there probably is an election to steal this coming cycle. And you're not going to be able to do it with somebody who absolutely can't even do his ABCs. And I'm not even talking about doing them backwards. The ABCs, he's not drunk and he's not pulled over, but he can't even do them anymore. Really challenging to steal the election with that candidate, but maybe with a different pair, maybe a novel candidacy will make it easier to steal another election. And of course, that's just my opinion. The ears against the door. I'm not saying I'm not at everywhere where they are counting or fabricating ballots. I'm not there. I'm just giving my opinion, speculating on it. And I've got this new pair of glasses. I can see into the future. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. But let's take a look at this. We'll talk about it a little. We just got a couple of articles on this, and we're going to see where these people are going to end up. Maybe I'll just go ahead and say I won't hold out. I won't hold out on you. It's going to be Kamala. It's going to be Cam Swallowa. At least I think so at the moment. She's going to be the nominee to run for president. And why is that? Well, you're going to be able to make legal arguments that let's just call them tenuous. Okay. We're going to be able to make legal tenuous arguments about why Kamala can get the money that has been given to Joe and Kamala. Now, technically, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not in the weeds there, but as I understand it, she can't just walk away with the funds. But there's more of an argument there that she could get the funds, as she was partly a recipient of those financial gifts. And so then she can go ahead and use them for her campaign. So this argument is somewhat legitimate, even if tenuous, and acceptable to the laity, which gives momentum to legal cases, whether it should or it shouldn't. And so the opposite, though, the alternative is for all this money to lay fallow, or to have all this money try to be given to someone else, which would definitely be at odds with FCC law. And that would be a much tougher case to make in court about why the money can be given to someone else completely, entirely. So you have come swallow for that reason. But probably, or at least as important, maybe more important, is that there is an entire superstructure in place across the country to vote for Biden and Kamala, Joe and Kamala. There's an entire superstructure. Now, if Joe goes, that superstructure is still in place for Kamala. No one else has, even, as far as I know, a shred of organization in any state to get elected president. No one else. You have 100 days. And here is your Cinderella story that the Democrats are going to, the yarn they're going to spin to steal another election, in my opinion, is that you have this Kamala Harris with just over 100 days to step in and save the day from the tyrant Donald Trump, who wants to staple a green card to every damn 2-year college diploma, to every Indian who enters the country, likes him so much. You have Usha now as the wife of the potential vice president, staple a green card to every single one. That's the tyrant that they're worried about getting into office, okay? 100 days, and she's going to step in there. Now she's got the superstructure in place, which would just be a colossal undertaking. Doesn't even seem remotely possible in 100 days. She's on the ballot. She is, at least as the vice president, she has the money, with tenuous argument, to access all of the money. And so there isn't too much of a challenge there, I guess we can say. And here she is. She's going to slide in there, black woman running for president on an all-female ticket. Kamala Harris, Gretchen Whitmer. This is, at the moment, what I'm thinking, and others are thinking. Kate is thinking. Others are thinking as well. Kamala and Gretchen. You get this historic ticket with this 100 days to save the country. And you're going to have a lot of non-white people are going to vote because black woman as president. And you're going to have shit tons of white women because it's a woman. It's two women running, for president and vice president. You got Gretchen there. You have both of these women who are, older, not middle-aged. I mean, come on. They're not middle, but I mean, they're going to be called middle-aged, right? Middle-aged, like very chunky milk. And they're going to be these middle-aged women. And so you're going to have all these women across the country who are going to say, I'm voting for them. Historic ticket. They have vaginas and I have one too. And so I'm voting for, that's all I need because I emote rather than think. And then because women dominate the household in America, in the white households, because they dominate the households of white people, the men don't even joke, guys. Don't even joke. Don't even bother to say, I don't control you don't control shit unless you're ready to walk away from a woman. That's the only power you have. unless you're ready to say, see ya. That's the only power you have in Western civilization today when it comes to a relationship with a female, is the ability to say, I'm out of here. That's it. They're relying on the fact that these women are going to browbeat their men into voting for the historic ticket. Now, you might say, well, they can go into the booth and vote whoever. Yes, that's true. But we're talking about people who are suffering as victims in households for however long that they've been in the relationship, suffering psychologically and capitulating, being deferential in every decision almost, 90%, 95% of the decisions, because she'll throw a fucking tantrum if she doesn't get her way. And so they literally, to survive, they literally become the vessel of the dominant member of the household. They literally end up just doing what the woman wants. They literally end up to keep the peace. They literally end up attending to her needs before she knows that she's ready to need those things. And so there's going to be a percentage, a significant percentage of white guys out there. And I'm not saying like a larger than half or anything, but there'll be a percentage of white guys who will be browbeaten and henpecked to death about the historic female ticket and will end up voting. Now, what's this going to do? Will it mean more votes than Donald Trump? No, I don't think so. But it will get them close enough with a Cinderella story to steal that motherfucker, won't it? It will get them close enough to steal another election. Again, my opinion, I wasn't there. I'm not going to say that that is exactly what happened. President Joe Biden is ending his quest for re-election. Did I even get that? Did I get that on the screen? Oh, I did. But I can go ahead and make me a little larger there. And because I'm what matters. Biden announces his intention Sunday afternoon, promising to reveal more about the decision soon. Now, what was really fascinating was, and by the way, I tweeted this right after Fox News said it. And how many tweets? Musk, how much shadow banning is going on the account? I don't know. How many retweets? How many did I get? Like one of the first people tweeting about it? Nowhere. And then do I have like 2 million views on it so far, Musk? I'm going to go ahead and doubt it. What was interesting was that Biden, this wasn't like on White House. I don't think it was. Was this on a White House memo? But he didn't mention Harris, an endorsement of Harris. And then all of the news began talking about this. And then suddenly there's a tweet that says, I fully endorse Kamswalawa for president. And she's totally competent. The Clintons came out, and there was this sort of a pandemonium among the donors, Democrat donors at first, because some of them are saying that they wanted this open convention because they didn't want it to seem like Kamala was just being handed this, even though she's the next in line as vice president, which seems appropriate. Makes me think that maybe they had other plans. But then the Clintons came out and endorsed her, and then slews of others after the Clintons. Like, you don't want to end up dead, right? You don't want to end up like floating face down in some body of water when it comes to the Clintons. And so they were all like, yeah. So the donors began falling in line. And as I said, Biden came out and he's like, yeah, you know who hasn't, though, is Obama. Obama doing what he did during the convention, the convention when Biden, remember Obama was like, no, I want to open. He didn't endorse his vice president. So that was interesting. He's again doing this. Obama again. What's going on with the Obamas, right? It has been, Biden writes, or somebody wrote for him, the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. Biden's statement posted on X, right? And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. Now, why would you be stepping down? Is it because your brain is Swiss cheese? Should you be president? I think there are Republicans right now who are demanding, in fact, I know, who are demanding that if he is not competent enough to run, then he's not competent enough to be the president and should be removed. Shut up. Shut up. I mean, I don't really have a dog in the fight, aside from Donald J. Trump using the concepts and the dialectics that liberate our people. That's my dog in the fight. That's our dog in the fight. That's where the real change is made in the world, right? But you don't need Kamala Harris to run as president for president. I mean, are you trying to undermine Donald Trump? Maybe they are. It was like all of them demanding that Biden not be determined whether fit enough to run for president or to be president. And they wanted all of these tests and everything. Why would you do this? That's the dumbest thing possible. Let him run. Let him make more of these horrible mistakes. Let him climb stairs like he's a toddler just learning. They couldn't make it clearer that they were trying to undermine Trump. But it seems like they don't have to undermine him because they've gotten everything they want out of him now. He sounds just like the rest of the GOP. But we'll get to that a little later. His statement thanked Vice President Kamala Harris for being an extraordinary partner in all this work. But the statement did not explicitly endorse her as his successor. However, in a subsequent, so yeah, they got that wrong. Things are happening quickly, folks. So you need to understand even the so-called professionals out there are blowing it. In a subsequent statement posted on X, Biden offered my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee for our party. Wouldn't it be funny if all of this happening right now was just somebody else on his X account and he's still napping? So he has no idea. He's going to wake up and say, what? Too late. Biden then called on Democrats to unite, writing, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi issued a statement thanking Biden for his service, but not offering any endorsement for Harris. You just have some of the time. Let's jump into our next. We're going to keep it rolling for you. Get into this next item. Biden drops out of presidential race after a Democratic revolt following disastrous debate. Best interests of the country. Yeah, he gives a shit. He cares. President Biden made the unprecedented decision Sunday to drop out of the 2024 presidential race less than 4 months after being declared the Democratic Party's presumptive nominee, and just weeks after a dismal debate showing it has been the greatest honor of my life. The 81-year-old embattled commander-in-chief. This is like a B movie. Wrote in a unremarkable letter that he addressed to my fellow Americans. All right, there he is. In better times. I will speak to the nation later this week in more detail. You think they're going to gaslight him? You think he didn't know about any of this? And they're going to say, no, you did this. You said you wanted to quit. And this is where we are now. I want to thank Vice President. Okay. Half an hour. He followed up the open letter with a missive on. It's not a missive. A tweet is not a missive, but whatever. On X, endorsing Harris to replace him at the top of the flailing party's new ticket. They're always flailing, aren't they? Today, I want to offer full support and endorsement for Kamswalawa to be the nominee of the party this year, Biden wrote. Democrats, it's time to come together. 5 minutes after that, he urged people to donate to her campaign. The president's extraordinary. By the way, the Democrat donors, after the Clintons endorsed her, they were all talking about not only giving the amount of money that they normally give, but upping the amount of money that they normally give. Like, they're super excited now about Come Swallow. And I think all of that is part of the theater, because if you're an actual financial contributor to the Democrat Party, you're thinking to yourself, 100 days? There's no way. 100 days in the opposition was just saved by God himself? Nah, there's no way. You would have to think this, especially if you're a business person. There's no way. I mean, it's hardly even comparable. Like your business competitors, their products and services have won every single award that year, that God himself has come on the television and said, I use this product and service. And you're like, you're going to stay? You're going to I'm going to dump more money into this business? No, I don't think so. I think it really feels much more like, it really seems much more like here's your Cinderella story. Cackles to riches, baby. Cackles to riches. I'm going to be president, and that's the ruler of a country. Great. 5 minutes after that, he urged people to donate to her campaign. The president's extraordinary announcement on exiting his race, as it was nearing the final stretch, occurred less than 20 hours after Biden claimed to still be in it, tweeting, "It's the most important election of our lifetimes, and I will win it." I mean, this is some trailer ass shit. Has anybody posted up a video camera on the back of the White House? Are we sure there ain't a trailer back there where this clown and a bunch of these other Democrats live? This is some trailer trash shit going on. This is what's leading America. This is what happens when you are white erasing Western civilization. You don't have nobility. You don't have genius. You don't have dignity. You don't have honor. You don't have courage. You have crazed, multiracial, drug-addled, multiracial babies running around naked in the yard with pit bulls attacking them. That's the kind of shit you have going on at the White House now. 20 hours late? I mean, really? Another question, though, is maybe you're dragging along, maybe the actual anti-white oligarchs are dragging along the corpse. As long as they can, you're going to do it. You're going to win. You're going to stay in, because they want the population to not be exposed to too much of Come Swallow. Maybe if Biden drops out earlier, could you imagine if Kamala ends up in that debate with Donald Trump, and what kind of effect that would have had on that candidacy on the electorate? Hearing this woman say the most obesitarian things that just contemptible for adults to have to listen to, talk to like we're children. Could you imagine? So maybe, I don't know, maybe they're dragging the corpse along, and then they finally said, actually, you're done. Because now they know 100 days is the right amount, that their actuaries have come in and said, you know what, she's not going to be able to make enough of a fool of herself. GOP foe Donald Trump quickly bashed the presidential dropout, writing on Truth Social, "Crooked Joe Biden was not fit to run for president, and he's certainly not fit to serve, and never was." All those around him, including his doctor and the media, knew that he wasn't capable of being president, and he wasn't, Trump said. That's going to be something that, of course, the Republicans are going to use against Harris. They're going to be saying, she knew all along. She participated in defrauding the American public with this absolute malfeasance, this brain dead corpse in the White. But I imagine what she's going to, they'll take like this sympathetic, and I was with Joe and he was so sharp up until the final week. You know, he had moments where he was not great, but then he was as sharp as a saber, which is a Cuddy thing, something that Harris would say. Trump also boasted to CNN that he believes the VP Harris will be easier to beat than Joe Biden would have been, according to a post on X. All right, yada, yada, yada. One more story we'll take a look at. I want to see, tag me if you have anything to say about Biden dropping out, your thoughts, and I will take a look at that as we transition to what we're going to talk about next, which, of course, is the RNC and the new Trump, the post-assassination Trump, which he wasn't already going in a good direction. We admit, but it seems to have gotten worse. We're going to go ahead, though, and take a look at one more item. How's everybody doing today? Biden ends bid for second term in White House as drops out of his 2024 rematch with Trump. Biden quits amid rising Democrat calls to drop out after a disastrous debate. All right, let's see. Does anything here we missed? Democrat colleagues on Capitol Hill, top donors and Hollywood stars complained after the disastrous debate last month. Unprecedented announcement came amid an increasing Democrat lawmakers had begun to publicly call for Biden. There were more elected Democrat reps who were demanding that he drop out. Step aside as the party leadership. He's 81, by the way, which now makes Trump the oldest, and I'm sure the Democrats are going to beat him over the head with this, the oldest person to run for president now that Biden is out. All right, there is this little... Yeah, see, that's not from the White House. Biden was diagnosed with COVID-19. He delivered a strong welcome address to world leaders at last week's NATO summit in Washington. For a time, it seemed Biden could survive the surge of calls for him to quiet the race after House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, the devil, announced that they backed Biden's bid. Biden, who has long been known for a propensity to commit gaffes, continued to stumble. His missteps include a glaring error on the world stage. All right, he introduced Zelensky as Putin. Right. Questions over, that's just par for the course. So it's not going to get better with Kamala. The only thing that'll happen is the difference will be that she'll cackle after it. She'll caconate after her missteps. But two blockbuster developments in rapid succession: the attempted assassination of Trump at the former president's rally in Western Pennsylvania on Saturday, and Trump's naming Monday at the Republican National Convention of JD Vance of Ohio as his running mate, briefly halted the fervor over Biden for a couple of days. But the call on Wednesday by Rep. Adam Schiff, the Democrat Senate nominee in California, for Biden to end his campaign, as well as reporting that top Democrats such as Schumer, Jeffries, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi had frank conversations with Biden, quickly reignited the political crisis for the president, at least as far as all of us are able to see from the outside. Biden's stunning announcement occurred during the roughest stretch of what was a more than year-long campaign for a second term. Doubts about his viability at the top of the Democratic Party's ticket seeping out into the mainstream, yada, yada. The performance sparked widespread panic within the president's party and almost immediately spurred calls from political pundits, editorial writers, and some party donors for Biden to step aside as the party's 2024 standard bearer. Maybe it'd be more like nap aside. Nap somewhere else, old man. Let's just jump to the bottom and see if they have anything that... Cash Dash. Okay, let's see. Anything else here? All right. But for years, Biden launched a bid for the 2020 nomination after dismal early finishes in the Iowa caucus and New Hampshire primary. Biden turned his campaign around, and a landslide victory in the South Carolina primary propelled him to the Democratic nomination. Biden went on to defeat Trump and win the White House in what half of the country and the world believes was a stolen election, at least in my opinion of what they believe. So what was this? Just a recap? Here goes the rewriting of Sleepy Joe and of the history. Now he's going to be this great leader. And he did so much for the country. He'll have been the best since Lyndon Johnson. He'll have been the best for doing so many. In fact, wasn't he supposed to scheduled to go to some event? Was it the Lyndon Johnson event? Or was there a statue of Lyndon Johnson? Something connected. Very strange. Very strange. All right. What are you all saying about it? As we get ready, we'll pull up the very next item. Do we have any items here? Do we have anybody has said anything? Jeep Girl is here. Heidi is here. Wonderful to see everyone. The biospirit of the West is here. Promethean Kitchen tags me, says, you know what, Jason? Having Hulk Hogan at the Republican convention this week was basically telling everyone that politics is basically like the WWE. It was. Good point. Hey, if you want to say something about the RNC, we're going to be getting into that next. You want to say something about Biden dropping out? What are your thoughts on Biden? Tag me as No White Guilt across the platforms. I'm going to take a quick glance. So get them up on the different platforms if you would like me to see what you have to say or a question you might have about it. You could also say something about the RNC. We'll be talking about that next. We'll be talking about Vance, talk about trailer trash, and maybe why Trump would have selected the trailer trash. He'll be moving in to the vice presidential domicile in Washington, D.C. They'll be tugging that little trailer up out back so he'll feel at home. And maybe a king cobra so the wife feels at home. Northern India, replete with king cobras, lots of them. They have to catch them. They use silk. They throw weighted silk at them. The cobra strikes the silk. They grab the cobra. And then they take the cobra. And I said, why don't you just kill the cobras? I would kill the cobras. To a point where you still have enough cobras to take care of like your rodent problem. They got a lot of rodent problem there too. A lot of like the rats of various sizes. What is it in that movie with the very handsome, what was the guy? And he was the pirate. He was Wes something. There was his character's name, and he was Pirate Roberts or something. And the very handsome guy. And they went into a forest though, and there was like of unusual sized something, rats, or what did they refer to them as? They've got that in India. And they've got that in India. And so you need king cobras for these things. But, too many king cobras, when they're coming into this, I could see as a problem. And so I would be killing the king cobras. And you know what they said to me? No, because the spirits of our ancestors live in the king cobras. And I said, that's a fascinating. I really hope that becomes part and parcel of the tapestry of Western countries, is the idea that our ancestors live in venomous reptiles that would kill us at any whim that they felt like. Did you all ever see The Crocodile Hunter? And everywhere he went out, Steve Irwin, he went out. Was it rodents of unusual sizes or something like this? Anyhow, for the other thing coming back to me. And he goes out for the king cobras, and they're trying to kill Steve. They never got Steve. Something else got Steve. But they were always trying to kill Steve, spitting him in the face with the venom and the running away, but then the turning around and not running, slithering, right? They don't run. But you understand. Heidi is here. She tags me and says, isn't National Ice Cream Day the day Biden drops out? Priceless. Is it National Ice Cream Day? And his toughest question that he faced when he ran against Trump was, what's your favorite ice cream? No, never film. What is this? If you are a candidate, you're going to run for office. Don't go out in public and get, especially any food, really. I mean, just eat in private. No one wants to see you eat. But the worst yet is to see your tongue shooting out of your face as it licks ice cream. How absolutely, you raised in a barn. You're disgusting. That is disgusting. I gagged when I saw him eating ice cream. It was nasty. We don't want to see the politicians' nasty tongues shooting out of their mouths to eat something, eat ice cream or whatever it is. Keep it in your mouth, old man. Proud Citizen says, good brother, I hope all is well with you. All is well with me, and it's great to see you too. Thank you for that. Not seeing any other tags here. Raymond Foster is with us. Wait it out, guys, and get obedient young white women with no white guilt. Wants 20 babies and to be a stay-at-home mom. Samuski says, I bet the Dems break out Michelle Obama, second black man as POTUS. Maybe so. Maybe so. That actually brings to mind a question. Like, why isn't Obama supporting Harris? Because black female, first non-white president. Now you got to have a first non-white female president. That would be something. Michelle for vice president? Possibly. Possibly. It's if she has said so much that she would never do president, but maybe she would do, I speculated, vice president. Hales, says Will. Hales, back to you. Promethean Hales. He said Michael, not Michelle. Yeah, that would be Michael Obama. Can't believe Trump disassociated from Project 2025 numerous times, my friend. And in fact, what he called it, we'll be getting into that in a moment. A shocker. All right, really quickly, let's check the live chat on Twitter. Says, hello, Jason. Fight, fight, fight. Daughter of Eve. Hello to you. No tag on Rumble, but Nationless says it's functioning well. Great to see you. Thank you for that. Wait, let's see. Spartan says, this is our biggest disagreement. He says he's anti-Trump. To me, he is anti-white. And that's the tag there. Well, he's definitely not concerned with the well-being of white people. Let's say that. He's not. And we don't want him for that. And so your options are Kamala or Trump. Who are you going to vote for? And in this case, you have a person that we can empower with our lexicon that changes everything. So he's a vessel through which we can work. Everything else that he is totally immaterial. But thank you, brother. Good to see you there. And we have, let's see, is this a tag for me? 38% of anti-white Democrats were polled to believe that Trump staged his own assassination attempt. Says who to thunk it. And 5 library tokens along with it. Thank you for the financial gift and for that tag. Not a surprise. Not a surprise. In fact, there are people who are otherwise ostensibly Trump supporters who are indulging conspiracy theories to the detriment of the Trump campaign. And it never ceases to amaze me how stupid people are. It absolutely never ceases to amaze me. Did Biden look like a king cobra licking his ice cream? Says Spartan. No, it looked much, much worse. Who wants to see? It's like feet and tongues. Just keep it away. Keep it away. Keep it away. No, thank you. You're in society. You're in the public eye. We don't want to see it. And then they go out there and they're like videotaping this like slopping thing. It was like being in the barnyard. Repulsive. RNC. What happened at the RNC? What happened to Donald Trump? Gone are the days of the revolution. Now, really, there was no revolution in 2020. Trump he had totally failed. during his first 4 years in office, as totally predicted and outlined by yours truly on live streams, on my live streams, on others' live streams. It's all documented. I said very specifically that if he were going to do any of the revolutionary things for which he had engendered a colossal energy and momentum, primarily from the white race in America, but also good non-white people, this colossal energy to absolutely burn it all down. I said, we'll know if it's legitimate. Does anybody remember? I said, we'll know if it's legitimate because on day one, he'll do something, the equivalent of airdropping 82nd Airborne, 101st on the border. It'll be dramatic. It'll be everything's changed. I said he'll have to institute military courts in the country because all of the courts will oppose him. I said all the way down to sheriffs in the country will refuse to carry out his orders, that the Democrats would use every trick imaginable, legal and illegal, ethical and unethical, to stymie and undermine everything that he would do. And so if he was going to do anything, he was going to need military rule. And the president has the power to do this. He was going to have to do it swiftly, aggressively, courageously, knock down opposition, institute law and order again. We don't have law and order. I mean, I'm going to show you a video in a little bit. I'm going to show you a video of a little bit of where America is today. I mean, every day you think it's worse, and it's worse than that. So every single day. So these were the things he was going to have to do. So believing there was a real possibility that we were looking at a revolution in this country, and it was going to have to be, and I totally outlined that a lot of troops were going to have to be jailed and executed, that a lot of troops would have to just be shot on the spot for treason to the country, because they're not going to do all of this. Now, why did I know that? Because what matters in human society is the social morality. And the social morality of Western civilization is the anti-white imperative. That is our social morality. And we have had it inflicted on us for many generations, incrementally, and it gets worse constantly. But it is the social morality of the West. That's why people who object to any part of this anti-white, immoral, moral imperative, that's why they always lose. And that's why they end up adopting, as you see in all of the so-called resistance to the new incrementalism of anti-whiteism, that's why they end up adopting that same social morality as their standard, as their metric. We are the only people who understand this. That's why we have the didactic stratagem of Go Free, so that we could address the social morality, which is what informs culture, which is what informs politics. If you don't have that, if you do not control the social morality, then the alternative is what? Fear of death. That is it. That's how I knew that if Donald Trump was really going to carry out a revolution in 2016, like he had been telling us, remember the kinds of wild things he said. Remember, he was going to force Mexico to pay for a wall. Well, the only way you're going to be able to do that is militarily. He was going to ban whole swaths of the world being able to come to the United States. He was going to end legal immigration. He was going to crush foreign business in America. The only way any of this was going to be possible is if the population had a fear of death if you don't comply, that you were going to be carried off to a military tribunal and you were going to be tried for treason to the country and executed summarily, swiftly. That's it. That's the only way. Of course, I'm right. What ended up happening? Donald Trump couldn't even throw CNN out of the press pool. That's what ended up happening. Everything he tried to do, not only was he undermined by the Democrats, he was undermined by the Republicans. Everywhere you looked, he was undermined. So when 2020 came along, he started talking about platinum plan, and we're going to give it all, and black people made the country, and Hispanic people are the lifeblood of the country, and it's just all this bullshit, shitting on the white race. And we are it, Donald. There is no America without white people. That's it. We created every second of our existence. It's not done, and now somebody else can move in. We make it with our existence. He still won that election, in my opinion. Because of why? Because people's selfishly individualistic wallets got fatter. Things got cheaper. It got easier to buy gas, to buy milk. We had more of an honorable position, America did, in relation to foreign countries around the world. And that felt a little better. But really, it came down to the fact that selfishly individualistic people who worship the God economy were so much happier with the GDP, and they could take more vacations, and they could buy more iPads and other types of tablets and more computers and more entertainment and more soft drinks. And they could get fatter and slower and dumber and buy more pit bulls. That's what happened. That's what we have in this country. That's what you have across the West. Fat, lazy, pathetic, inwardly navel-gazing, selfishly individualistic whites. And so they still voted him into office. Nothing grander than a new hairdryer, a new cell phone, a new gadget, a new pair of pumps. That's what our race lives for. Disgusting. I spit on that. Nothing but absolute contempt. And he still won, in my opinion. But they stole the election. And the corpse in chief squatted in a coffin in the White House. And they did what they do. They implemented as much anti-whiteism as they possibly can. He was really the inverse, the antithesis of Donald Trump. Destroy the economy. But it wasn't because that was the objective. Don't let your conspiracies run away with you. Remember, we have white children to save here. So get a hold of yourself, dipshits. So he was the antithesis and ruined the economy because the ideology comes before money. I know that's hard to imagine for people who worship the God economy and cheaper gas prices. I know it's hard to imagine because in reality, the worship of money is just the worship of yourself. It's still a religious activity. It's still an ideology. It's just maybe the most base, the most despicable, the most corrupt that has ever existed on planet Earth. To worship one's self. Sickening. Absolutely sickening. That's really what the worship of money is. The worship of one's self. And so while all of these individuals out there were busily worshiping themselves, you have all these anti-whites who have this other religion, this other ideology, anti-whiteism, and they set about white erasing everything. Well, of course, the economy crumbles when you're implementing as much anti-whiteism and white erasure as you possibly can. And then, of course, Donald Trump, he wasn't as fervid of an anti-white. He was kind of a speed bump. He's like, let's slow it down. Donald Trump seems to want to go back to the 80s, which was still anti-white as all fucking hell. In fact, I challenge you, if you're one of the idiots that think that the 80s weren't anti-white, go get a TV show from the 80s. Watch a couple episodes. Watch a couple of the commercials from the 80s. You might say to yourself, well, this is better than it is today, but you're going to discover it's still anti-white. It is how we are where we are today. It was still victimizing white people. It was before woke. You didn't have to put the woke away because they already weren't hiring white males. Dipshits. Hey, ass polyps. There wasn't anything called woke or progressive or any of that shit, at least the general population. Progressive was being used in the universities. Woke wasn't there yet, but it wasn't used by the general population, and they were already achieving anti-white outcomes. But yeah, pat yourselves on the back when a company decides they're going to get rid of the DEI department. They've only been implementing DEI through the HR department for generations. But it's gone now. They're getting rid of the DEI department, not because they're getting rid of anti-whiteism, loser. They're getting rid of it because the bottom line sucks. Business sales are lousy. That's why they're cutting the excess. You don't know shit about business. Holy shit. We are the only thinking people in this country. Donald Trump, then, of course, is going to run. He's running again. He's the RNC nominee, and he's got himself a vice president now, Vice Vance. It's Vice Vance right out of the trailer trash park. And don't anybody say to me, I come from a trailer park because I got, fuck you. I don't care if you come from a trailer park. You know damn well that the trailer parks are full of trash. That's why they are there. Every now and again, there's a wonderful person that finds themselves in a trailer park. Every now and again, a wonderful child rears up in a trailer park and then moves out into the world. And they don't take themselves anti-white positions like Vance. They don't say in a tweet like Vance that to say that America is a white country is wrong and offensive to him because he's got a non-white wife, he says, and biracial children. So every now and again, a good person finds themselves in a trailer park, and every now and again, a good person comes out of a trailer park. The vast majority are garbage. I don't give a shit. But you say, oh, I grew up in a trailer park. Yeah, how many teeth do you have? How long you been dating your sister? Vance. Vance and his mother, his grandmother, couldn't rear him because she's a drug whore. She's a whore for selling sex and her body for drugs. This is the vice president's, this is what you're going to get for a vice president, Vice Vance. And then his mother read an excerpt out of the Hillbilly Elegy. Really, just call it trailer trash. How about trailer trash to the White House pipeline? That's what we have now. Goes to the grandmother and says, as a little boy, worried about being a homosexual. Worried about being a homosexual, he says. Worried about being a homosexual. And the grandmother says, and mute it for a moment if you got children in the room or you're an adult with a weak stomach. Grandmother says, do you like to suck dicks? The grandmother says this. And he said, no. And she said, well, then you're not gay. Then you're not a homosexual. And then she tacked on, well, even if you do like to suck dicks, God still loves you and it doesn't matter. And you'll go to heaven. And it's part and parcel of Western civilization if you're a guy for all of us to just be sucking dicks. This trash, trailer trash to White House pipeline. Couldn't even imagine. No one used foul language. And I'm blue collar background. My mother never said a bad word. My grandmothers wouldn't have even contemplated it. My father, the males, they never used foul language in front of females. And then almost never in front of the kids, even when we reached teens. We had to become full-blown, the boys had to become full-blown adults before you could every now and again get a bad word said in front of you. Total trash. Why did Donald Trump pick this trailer trash Vance? Why did he pick him? Because he wants to win Pennsylvania. Now, Vance is not from Pennsylvania. He's from Southern Ohio, and with all the rest of the trailer trash down there. But there's a lot of trailer trash in Pennsylvania. A lot of it. And so Trump is saying to himself, I need to win Pennsylvania. Biden is not going to be able to win Pennsylvania, but he's probably not going to make it. Who knows who they'll bring next? And so you got a lot of these Democrat voters. I lived up there several times, so you can't tell me otherwise. You got a lot of white Democrats up there who actually believe, I mean, I don't know how brain dead you can be, but they actually believe that the Democrats are the party of the working man. And I said, how can you still believe this? Your very own unions, which Vance is absolutely wants to get rid of right to work, wants to make everything unions. The fucking unions are bringing in the mestizos all over the country. The unions are screwing over the white working class. They should be the primary entities fighting the importation of cheap labor. They're supposed to be defending the rights, the hard-won rights, and the salaries, the paychecks of the working class whites of this country and the non-white people who are already in the country. They should be saying absolutely nothing. You are no way you're allowed to become a union member unless your father's father is a citizen of the country, has been a citizen, was born as whatever. Instead, is anybody here in a union? Are you kidding me? They are filling them. And why is that? Because it makes the union bosses richer. They don't give a shit about the working class. Unions are a cancer now. And yes, there are going to be times when a union here or there is going to provide protection and relief, and I'm all for that. Unions served, and there are still times here and there when unions are going to be serving a great boon to the work. If we didn't have unions, we'd all be, everybody but the wealthy would be living in like shit-built huts. Your kids would be working. We would all, at 9 years old, they would all be pressed into labor if it weren't for unions. But unions have clearly seen their heyday. It's past. And now they sacrifice the white working class to enrich themselves. You bring in all this cheap labor, you make them into union members, and guess what? They pay dues. And the union bosses get richer. That's what Vance is for. But Donald Trump's thinking is obviously that the trailer trash is going to look at one of their own. And they're going to say, primarily in Pennsylvania, but maybe in some other places, some contested places, but primarily PA, the trailer trash in PA are going to say, well, golly, Yuns, he's just one of us. And they're going to vote for that reason. Meanwhile, the message that picking trailer trash as a running mate sends to the rest of us is, you, the white race, Western civilization, specifically this guy, an opportunist, his entire life, just like a lot of trailer trash, just a total opportunist. Whatever will make themselves wealthier, whatever will. Have you met them? I've met tons. I've met a lot of them are part of the multiracial Jew-hating community. That's why you get such low-value human beings over there that don't give a shit about the white race. They only care about themselves. Everybody in the trailers community thinks this way. It's just about them. So he's been climbing the ladder this way his entire life, taking advantage of any hook, any crook, by hook or by crook, to get his own ass ahead. And even to the point of, hey, marry the non-white girl who is a lawyer in a fanatically anti-white law firm. Marry her. Why would that be important? Why? Because the social morality of you can always read one of these opportunists by all of their actions. They don't do anything at odds with the social morality. It's always in keeping with the social morality. So here you have it. Having a non-white wife is going to work wonders for him and his career, and how much money he'll make and how much popularity he'll get. Because that's the moral thing to do today, is to white erase the white race. White people out there, do you really think Vance is going to care about you when he's produced non-white children? Are you serious? No, instead, he and Donald Trump and the rest of the GOP, as it's always been, talking about a creedal nation. That's actually an oxymoron, technically, because nation is a people based in biospirit. You can't be a creedal, in other words, a people based in an idea. But that's what the Republicans have always pushed. A people based in an idea. At least the Democrats, the anti-whites of the Republican Party, because so many voters are white for the Republicans, they have to tell them that, hey, it's not about the way you're born and protecting that from being discriminated against. Don't even talk about it, in fact, the persecution that white people feel, because all that matters is your ideas in this world. On the Democrat side, the anti-whites there are like, what matters is the way you're born. That's where you've, and I agree with that. That's where real substance is. Show me the country that is creedal, that was created and became strong and powerful. It's always been a people. And it always, throughout history, at least my reading of it, crumbles when it becomes multiracial, and therefore the idea of the state becomes an idea. It's no longer a people. It's no longer a biospirit. That is what Vance represents. It's repulsive. And that's where we are today. Let me pull this article up. But here's the thing. I've got to admit, you're seeing Donald Trump goes to this RNC. And I just want to say, goes to the RNC. What happens at the RNC? Well, what always happens at the RNC? White people are shit on. They don't talk about us at all. They don't talk. All that happens in America, and indeed in the entirety of the West, is that white people are victimized by the ideology. And yet no politicians talk about us. And so I've said to myself all the way back in my very early 20s, how do we get the politicians who don't care about white people, and not only don't care about us, it's not like there's this equality of injury in Western civilization. No, the only injury is directed and experienced by white people. That's it. There is no other real injury. Everything else is in fiction. And so how is it that in the West, There isn't a single politician that talks about this ubiquitous injury to the white race on the basis of our birth. And so I said, how do we do this? Well, we don't have the money to compel them. Like, we can't say, well, you're going to get the money if you stand up for white people. So for me, it became this constructive thing. How do we get there? And we have found ways about how to get there. But what happens with everybody else? Over the past couple of days, you are seeing scores of content creators who are coming unglued over the fact that the RNC, Donald Trump, Vance, the rest of them, were and are as radically anti-white as they are. How? How could you be this shocked? The biggest demonstration all you'll ever need is that Donald Trump in 2016 won with arguments in favor of revolution, not some politicking. He got enough votes to win the presidency with arguments about revolution. Burn it down. That's how he became president. And what did you see? And what should you have learned for all time? That politics can be undermined. But what can't be undermined? A people's storyline that they keep alive with the concepts of that story. You think I'm lying? You don't know? You're not sure about that? You need look no further than the Jewish people for a proof through millennia of living in the bodies of other people. They keep their story alive with the concepts that instantiate, that compose the story of their peoplehood, and they survive. I have figured all this out. And yet, over this past week, I'm watching content creators peeking in on content creators coming unglued. It's all over. Look at how anti-white the Republican, but they're not calling them anti-white because we do that, and they're jealous little pricks. The vast majority of the ones I saw, regular content creators, jealous little pricks, and so they're not gonna follow suit because that Kuna guy and that white well-being community, they're the ones who do that, and they don't want to use and thereby give credit. But we have the evidence that politics can be undermined, but a people's story cannot. And that's what we are doing here. What happened? Well, the RNC, they came out, they had like, I don't know, a couple dozen black guys get on the stage and talk to us about black people. And I'm so sick of hearing about black people. My entire life, you all have heard me say it. I am sick of it. I'm sick of it. Since I was in elementary school, the adults, the authority figures, the system has been forcing me to be concerned about black people. And I fucking had it. Take care of your fucking selves. I don't want to hear how you feel. I don't want to know what you think. I don't give a shit anymore. A lifetime. Not a word about my people. Not a word about our suffering. Not a word about at the RNC or anywhere over the course of my life, except for like the work that we do in all other alternative communities against the system, about white people and our struggles being discriminated. It's legal to discriminate against us. It's laudable to discriminate against us. What happens in our lives? What happens in my life? What are the struggles I experience? No. I need to hear again about how fucking Tyrone can Start off with a single mother. Oh, really? What a fucking shock. Start off life with a single mother, and she just was the great lady of the house, and she did all the work for them, and then raised her up some good sons. And they struggled with this, and they struggled with the low expectations of the Democrats, and they struggled with the racisms of the rare bigot in society. This is on the Republican side. But, regularly it's the racisms everywhere, right? Everywhere they go. The fucking white bread is racist against them. But now, by some magic of, and it's always like, how are there so many of you? If it's so magical that now you're six-figure, you're wearing a fucking zoot suit, looking like a clown on the stage. You got a fucking zoot suit on. And there's so many of you. You all are winning the fucking lottery. 13% of the population. And you're fucking everywhere. But yeah, come up on the stage. And then Donald Trump is going to get on stage. And he's going to talk about how all of these non-whites coming into the country, they're hurting the non-whites in this country. What? What? Did the bullet cause some tone deafness, Trump? The non-whites coming in are harming the non-whites? So they parade up the blacks, and then they parade up the browns. I ain't from Ecuador, and I can't do country, and don't racist, don't happy. Work 37 jobs in a day, and barely get not mentioning the grants from the white taxpayers that they don't have to pay back, the self-improvement grant. We know all about that shit here. Not mentioning the health care they get on the backs of the tax dollars. We know all about that here. Get up on the stage, can't even speak the fucking language. This is America. This is the RNC. Anti-white as the Democrats. It just looks a little, all anti-whites aren't going to be the exact same shade. They're going to be the exact same tone. And then they parade on the stage the porno actress. Just bring up the porno actress. Why not? Bring up this whore who's known for backdoor action with rappers. That's her claim to fame. Oh, and she's multiracial. That's the other thing, the multiracial black. Another thing the Republicans love. Did you ever think, how dumb are you if you're a follower of so many of these content creators? How dumb are you to think that you're going to get a politician in office and out of one of these parties and that anything good for white people will happen? So they drag the porn star up on the stage and they make their big tent, the Republican big tent. And for fuck's sake, people still talking about this like it's new. You can go back to when I worked on there. You could go back even further and see that they were talking about big tent populism for everybody but the white male. Everybody but the white male. And they've concerned themselves endlessly with what does the Republican Party have to do for this group and for the blacks, for the Asians, and now for the Indians. In America, we don't call them the same. Indians, subcontinent India and Far East Asia. And what are we going to do for the mestizos? And what are we going to do for the etc.? And I told you all what happened. Phyllis Schlafly. You got to get my book, Born Guilty, and you can see all the way back, 2001, these off-the-record Wednesday lunches with White House staff and all of the leaders of the biggest conservative groups in the country, headquartered in Washington, D.C. And a strategist, I can't say his name because he's still alive. You see him on TV all the time. One of the big brains for the Republican Party was saying all of these different things that we are going to do for, he named everyone but the white race. Although you could include white women in with we are going to do for women. And Phyllis Schlafly, one of the very few women in the entire room, in the silence of that fat fucking pig, saying they're going to do everything for everybody else, said, what about white people? And that pig said, we're not doing anything for white people. They've got nowhere else to go. 2001. So what did you think you were going to get? And then what do you have? You have all of these people come forward. What do you think you're going to have to do to keep the rappers, the porn star rappers? You're bringing them in. And by the way, I'm looking out at these, and I mentioned it last week, these female content creators that everybody had given all this attention to. And they're all like celebrating. They're like, oh, you brought in the whore? Yes. Good. We need more applause for the whore, the porno whore, backdoor whore. Yeah. With an OnlyFans who has upped her sales since she spoke at the RNC. Yeah, that's so good. Do you think you're going to be able to maintain hey, in Western civilization, we have, like we talk about here, we have ideals, and we accept that all of us are going to fall short of the ideals, but we have ideals. Backdoor porn actresses don't have or share your ideals. Okay? So you're not going to be able to say, well, we actually don't think it's a good thing to have to sell pornography like this, ruining the lives of countless men because they get wound up in this. They can't participate in their lives. They're not pursuing. I mean, they're not going to get a girlfriend or a decent girlfriend or a decent wife because of how bad the women are. But at least they could be out and improving themselves. But instead, they're all wrapped up in this disease of what it becomes for them, pornography. No, you're not going to be able to talk out against any of that, because then the backdoor pornographers are going to walk. You're not going to be able to say, well, Western civilization really is, the backbone. What we would say here is the biospirit of Western kind, our people, us, and that we have adopted and made our own this religion primarily across the white race, not all of us, of Christianity. The founding fathers practiced it. The Bible was read in the Capitol building. They had Sunday service in the Capitol building, all of these different things. Check it out for yourself. Make sure I'm right. You're not going to be able to say this because that's going to be offensive to these people. And in fact, a great demonstration of this was the ideal of what a family looks like for the Republican Party. The ideal used to be for the Republican Party that it was a man, a woman, and children. That's gone. That's gone. Why is that gone now? Because so many of these different groups, when you assemble a big tent, a big populist tent, instead of having a mission like we have here that people can hitch their wagon to, if you will, and participate in. When you have this big tent idea and you got all of these different needs, then you got to get rid of everything that offends any of them or you lose them. So you had people from these different privilege groups, we could call them. They'll call themselves victim groups or whatever, lifestyle groups. They're tweeting this past during the RNC about how happy, elated they are that the ideal of a family in Western civilization is now stricken from the Republican conversation. Now they can feel at home. What do you end up with at the end of the day? The Democrat Party with just a different name. That's what you end up with. So any of these Republican voters, and like so many of these female content creators, dilettantes all, showing up, and they're like, this is great. Bring them all in. Big tent party. They're showing up and saying, Oh, it's a great thing. You've got to give them what they want. What they're creating is another Democrat Party. And what a non-surprise it is to see females and female content creators with their gynocentric coup over white male leadership leading the way to make room for everybody's particular truth. What a surprise that is, right? Even the Christian ones. You've got to give them time to adopt the Christian. No, you say it this way. Here's our ideals. Here's what made for a strong Western civilization. Donald Trump could get up there and say what I say, and anybody that would walk aren't worthy of the victory that we have. You get up and say, this is what made Western civilization great. This is what will make it great again. And you all of us who fall short of the ideal, of our ideals, and all of the people who live, are citizens in the West of all races, can participate in this. But this is what we're doing. These are the ideals. Not, you get to all make up your own ideals. Just do whatever you want. You know why that doesn't work? You dumb bitches out there of both sexes. You know why that doesn't work for the Republican Party and never will over the long term? The reason why, that on the Democrat side, they can say to everybody, well, each of you can have your own truth. From each group, each ideals can have their own ideals because they're united in anti-whiteism. There's nothing to unite the Republican Party. If you tell people that they can all have their own ideals, then you will have ideals at conflict without a unifier. And then you have fracture very easily. And then to top it all off, and I just got to add this, and we'll get into JD Vance, and that is, or Vance, Vice Vance, straight out of the trailer park. Vice Vance. He might as well be a rapper. Bend over his wife, his Indian wife. That would be appropriate. Put her over the fender of a Cadillac with the retrofitted suicide doors on it. Yeah, that would look totally appropriate now for America. That's what America is now. And they're the ones, by the way, that are using the America First slogan earring and have the money behind them. Just by the by, right? But you get out there and you have this Sikh woman who shows up, I played it at the beginning, singing to an alien god at the RNC. What is next? New dancing? What is it? More power to, maybe it is the reading of what is the name of this? Wahaguru. I think it's Wahaguru. So praise be to Wahaguru. Now, in all seriousness, the stories about this god, Wahaguru, might be wonderful. It might be considered a wonderful god, a forgiving God, a loving God. It might be all of these things to these people. And in all seriousness, my honest belief, more power to them. But if that should stand up in front of the United States and be something that we bow our heads to, are you kidding me? I mean, you think it's going to end at Wahaguru? Seriously? It's not going to end at, I think her name was Harmeet, actually, singing about Wahaguru. Everybody's God and gods are going to end up on the, and is that how we get to Western civilization? No, that is white erasure. And whether you are a Christian or not, or you hate Christianity, Christianity is obviously the religion of the white race. And whether or not you believe that Christianity was corrupt from the beginning, or it was this intended to destroy the white race, or it's all pacifistic or whatever, try not to forget that Christianity has been at the forefront of all of our battles to defend Western civilization. And we fought in the name of Jesus. We spilled the enemy's blood in the name of Jesus Christ. Okay, try not to forget that. When you see them singing to Waheguru in an alien language, an alien God, in our country, this is in its toto the most repulsive white erasure. And I cannot believe that anybody continues to endorse political activism as such, as it's passed all along. Let's take a look at this. And this is who they choose. And then you have David Urban saying Vance is one of us. I guess maybe Urban also came from, now he's a Pennsylvanian, I understand. And I think I know he was an advisor for Trump 2020. I think he might have been on the team in 2016. I don't know all the details of what good he was or problem he was, but he's certainly, at least I hope here, he's only talking about Pennsylvania. I hope he's saying that he knows that Pennsylvania is full of trailer trash that will vote for trailer trash. I hope that's what he's saying. Obviously, Pennsylvania is also full, far more, with heroic, noble, awesome, glorious men and women, or white people, males and females, who are primed to be made into men and women of the West. But I tell you, there are a lot of trailer trash as well, and good Pennsylvanians know exactly what I'm talking about. You never seen, I mean, it's just, you do see elsewhere, but I mean, it's just like the same, it's like the same, waddle. There's like, and they're like this, and they're going from like fluff aisle to fluff aisle, and they're like, they're the fucking Marshmallow Man from goddamn Ghostbusters, like, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, where's my blaster? Gotta hose this thing down, cross the fucking streams everywhere. And there's some of the biggest talkers, and the waist like this, top of the head like that. Talk about a pinheads. They're not going to come get my guns. Shut up. Stop giving your opinion. All the time, walking out of the liquor stores. Sickening. Former President Donald Trump, running mate Vance, is one of us. Former advisor to Donald Trump. Oh, it says right here, 2020 presidential campaign, David Urban said during an appearance on Breitbart. Urban talked about Vance's speech and noted that his family and history resonate with a lot of Americans because he grew up fat, eating fluff, being ugly, being stupid in a trailer park, who have dealt with he actually says here, a lot of Americans who have dealt with a messy family life. Is that what you call it? Is that what you call it when your grandmother says things like, I can't even say the words again. When your grandmother talks that way, when your grandmother is that foul, messy family life. Yeah, what you're really talking about is like these Frankenstein families where it's just like you have uncles that are younger than your children and children that are married to your cousin. And I mean, it's just like all fucked up. This is what we elevate now. Where is the elite of the white race? They're right here. This is what the elite looks like. We are courageous. We are fit. We are brave. We are highly intelligent. We don't put up with any shit. That's what the elite of the white race looks like. But look at what they elevate instead. And isn't it, I guess, kind of apropos that Donald Trump, a salesman, a businessman, which used to be considered pretty low in social standing in our people's history, elevates trailer trash to this leadership role. A messy family life. Noting and it's like every fucking conversation with these people, it's about diabetes and CPAP machine. Did he have that same CPAP? Oh no, he got that new CPAP that Obamacare bought for them. Oh, okay, gotcha. What else is going on? Oh, you know what? Little Eddie, yeah, he's still in prison. He's in prison again. Really? What did little Eddie do? Oh, he murdered 3 people. Oh, okay. Where's Big Eddie? He can't get out of bed anymore. He too big. Great. Noting he just rewatched Hillbilly Elegy. Quote, my wife and I were watching this last night. We were saying, like, everybody, this is a Trump advisor watching something called Hillbilly Elegy. I am in hell. And I'm not being sarcastic. This is hell that I'm in. Absolute hell. Where somebody of my caliber, like, where are the actual white men? Where are they? For God's sake. His Trump's advisor for 20, and I think he was there on 2016. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. It doesn't really matter. But I mean, here this guy is. He's hired, he's working there, and he is the one giving the advice. He's the one coming to conclusions that are carried out. And he's watching something called Hillbilly Elegy. Simple pleasures for simple minds. Where is our aristocracy? Where the fuck are they? My wife and I were watching, and what else were they watching? If they're watching Hillbilly Elegy, are they also watching like Jeff Foxworthy? What else were you watching there, buddy? Cartoons? I remember when I was when I left my single digit years behind, 10, 11, and then I discovered that there were adults watching cartoons. And my parents, I said, there are adults that watch cartoons? And my parents were like, there's something wrong with them, Jason. And I was like, clearly, because this doesn't make any sense. Why would adults watch cartoons? That's where we are now. I still don't watch cartoons. It's like accepted as normal. It ain't normal. All right, so students watch, and they were saying, like, everybody in America who sits on their asses and expects, government cheese and handout and subsidies and free college needs to watch that movie. Oh, here it comes. I'm about to get actually mad. I can see the writing on the wall. They need to watch that movie and realize that greatness can be accomplished with little effort. Fuck you, buddy. Urban, fuck you to hell. I am so sick and tired of this Republican. It's like an addict going back to heroin or fentanyl again and again. You can pull yourself up by your bootstraps because somebody out there won the lottery. Fuck you. There are millions of white men in the U.S. and around the world who have struggled our entire lives trying to get ahead against anti-whiteism, discriminated against every goddamn HR department, everyone staffed by anti-whites, paid more for not hiring white males everywhere we turn. No, when I was in my early 20s, I went and researched the government grants that they would give away for starting businesses, starting authors, all of this down the line. I got books of people who had also researched that, and there was nothing for me. I have worked my entire ass off, my year after year after year. Little effort, greatness can be achieved. You are a piece of shit. Yeah, just think, if you play the lottery your whole life, you might win. That's exactly what this Republican argument is. Play lottery your whole life, and you might win. Explaining that Vance is the embodiment of that story. Oh, he's a rags to riches. So he won the lottery by being an unscrupulous self-promoter and opportunist. He won the lottery. And that means that all the rest of the white males in America and Western civilization that didn't also win the lottery, well, then we weren't just trying. We were just waiting for government cheese. I guess that's what it means, Urban. I guess that's what people who watch Hillbilly Elegy, I guess that's, for them, that's how it looks. The world looks. Really easy to look down on the rest of us and not give a fuck about us when you're wealthy and you have the social status, and who cares about the rest of the white race, particularly the white males, because you got no problem plucking the pretty white girls out of the population, whether they're for wives or mistresses or whatever. You got no problem with that. The rest of us, you're just waiting for government handouts. That's why you didn't make it. Fuck you, man. I would whoop this motherfucker's ass at this point. Fuck this shit. Pull yourself up. Not saying a thing for us. Not saying a thing for the white race. And the rest of us who are suffering as a consequence of anti-whiteism. He said that story will resonate to Americans in his home state of Pennsylvania. That message will resonate because he is one of us. He is a person who not long ago was washing dishes. Oh, yeah, everybody who washes dishes, if they don't make it, it's because they were waiting for a handout. Oh my God. This fat, I swear to God. Quote, he was a person that not long ago didn't have many options. Well, in close quote. Well, there you have it. He got options. And that's I guess the difference, isn't it? When you get opportunities that you can't make for yourself, especially as a white man. Nobody's hiring you. Nobody is hiring me to get on the stage of the RNC to talk about the struggles of a white man. But if I were black and now I'm working for 6 figures and got a 7-figure net worth, walking around in my $5,000 suits with my $8,000 watch on and whatever, can talk about how my single mama, big surprise, raised me, and I raised a boy who wouldn't put up with it and was going to struggle. Ain't nobody coming to talk to. I didn't have any of them opportunities. Nobody said, well, we're looking for a Hispanic. We're looking for a woman. I didn't fit any of them categories. No problem for them people. Quote, do you think he's willing? He's counting on Joe Biden for a handout to pay for his college? Close quote. Man. You boomer loser garbage. Just find your way to the cemetery. I'm sick of your spiels. I am sick of it. He said, highlighting Vance's service to the country. Oh, yeah, his service to the country. You mean in the non-combat role? Okay. Explaining that he achieved the American dream through blood, sweat, and there you have it. Exactly what I thought. No, he didn't get, he even though he just said he got options, it wasn't the options that did it for him. No. It was the sweat, blood, and tears. That's the America we want to talk about. Selfless service, sweat, sacrifice, hard work. Nobody gave him anything. Bullshit. That guy earned everything that he's gotten to date, he said, predicting he will do an incredible job. Well, how about this? Buddy? Stop using incredible the wrong way. I realize that the masses use it the wrong way. You meant remarkable, you dumb shit. Incredible means without credit. It just invalidated everything you said, you fat, fluff-eating piece of shit. And I can't wait to stand shoulder to shoulder with him and talk to the men and women in Western Pennsylvania. In their trailer park, of course. Predicting he'll be popular in the trailer park. I guarantee people are going to line up and want to meet him and talk to him. Yeah, I have no doubt. As they finger their crack pipe. And the reason that's important, as you know this, as in 16, we outperformed. I showed the president a chart one time. It showed him these numbers that he achieved in these counties, right? I mean, crushed. So he was there in 16. Trump's numbers were through the roof, right in the small counties, right? He said 67 counties in Pennsylvania are just nothing but trailers, apparently. That's what I'm talking about here. Each county just getting another 500 people show up. Another 1,000 people show up from the trailer park. The best white people there are. The best white peoples. Can we get them some motorized beds so they can get their fat asses, drug-addled fat asses, and it's not even illegal drugs. It's the 89 prescription bottles on the shelf. Oh, yeah, I've been at the trailer houses. The dog that's way too big to live in the trailer? No, better yet, the 5 dogs too big to live in a trailer. That's what I'm talking about. That's how we win. He added, Vance is going to help us do that. Well, great. Great. There you go. There he is. Good for him. Good for him. So what does this look like when it comes to female content creators? Well, the ones that are popular are, of course, the ones that are the most popular, the ones that matter the most. And here, you know, Emily from EmilySavesAmerica. Jesse Waters loves having her on. Waters on his brain. He just loves it because she's attractive. He loves to flirt with her. And whether she has a boyfriend or not. And here she is. She's talking about being at the RNC. Let's just have a little listen to what she has.
So I'm back home in Los Angeles today, and I'm not going to lie, I am a little sad. This was my first RNC, and I just want to say, as someone who was like liberal her entire life, to be in a room with that many people of every age, background, race, religion, everything, even tons of people from other countries here to support Donald Trump, there is like something so beautiful about so many people being in one place. And the one thing we have in common is the love for our country.
So yet another female content creator, radical leftist. And so in other words, radical anti-white. her whole life until she saw the opportunity to make a shit ton of money off of all these super thirsty white guys on the right side of the spectrum when you're inside of the anti-white narrative. And she said, wow, why should I be a leftist anymore? They hate white women now. They don't need white women anymore. Why should I do that? I'll go over here and become a conservative content creator and then have hundreds of thousands of super thirsty, can't get a date white guys who aren't radical anti-white leftists who will become my follower and will have imaginary relationships with me and will give me money and will aggrandize me and will say how smart and pretty I am and how long my hair is. Just look at how long my hair is. And then I'll make shit tons of money and popularity and have so many pats on the head, I'll be driven through the earth and come out the other side. And that's what they do. And then they get all of the fame. And then Jesse Waters on his brain has her on the time. And what does she say? What is her beautiful vision for America? A creedal country. Composed. I mean, how does this sound different than the Democrats? Composed of all the races of the rainbow, all the ideologies. Everybody was different. The only thing we have in common is an idea that we love America. And we're not even defining here. What is America? What is America to somebody that just made this statement? It ain't the America that you and I know and love. It ain't the America that is Western civilization. It ain't the America that the founding fathers created. It ain't the America that the first Supreme Court said the only citizens are white people. The first Congress said the only citizens are white people, white males to be specifically. It ain't that America. Later then white guys gave a vote and citizenship to women. We're not thanked yet for that. And we also gave it to non-whites. Not thanked yet for that. Condemned for that. So what is the America that Emily Saves America? How does she define it? But the thing that makes it beautiful is that nobody is the same, but everybody has love for this undefined America trademark, America Corp, America Inc. I mean, what America are you talking about? These are the views. She's a representative sample of so many female content creators out there that are now, and some female content creators of the other sex as well, who are out there on the conservative Republican side, who are talking about how wonderful it is that it was multiracial, multi-religious, this like latitudinarian, look it up, latitudinarian view toward religion, all the religions of the world. It's like beyond ecumenical. It's like this absolute libertine, every religion is the same. We all worship the same God. No, we don't. No, we don't. And it's not even about false religions or a true religion or anything like this. Or true. I'm not even mentioning that, even though you might think that is the way that it actually is. We have different biospirits. Our Creator gave us very different biospirits. It is by way of that biospirit and that expression in the form of that religiosity that we communicate with the eternal. And even if you're atheistic, that eternal then is that the continuance of that collection of genes through time, the expression of those genes through time. That is how we communicate with the beyond. They're not all the same. They're not even remotely the same. There isn't a better or worse, but they result in very different environments. They create very different cultures, and the cultures create very different countries. Everybody's different. It's wonderful. Latitudinarian view, a small c Catholic view of all things. It's all equal. It's all the same. Wahoo Guru to the end of the day. Can I get an amen for Wahoo Guru? And whatever next comes out. I mean, at least I think Hamit, or whatever her name is, I think she at least said there are 25 million people who practice that religion. But I guarantee there'll be others showing up where it's far fewer people, but it's a religion that's different. And what kind of environment? I really have to point this out. What kind of environment are we gifted by? Let's see if I can do this. What kind of environment are we gifted by Republican politicking? And this right here, what you're saying. What kind of environment are we gifted? I'm seriously asking. What do we get? Because we have watched Republicans and conservative organizations, the biggest, all the way down to the smallest, all approach white erasure, whether they call it that or not, in the exact same deferential, bend over backwards, spread your cheeks for the doctor way. And what has it resulted in? Well, of course, we mentioned recently the little boys paraded down the street in female sexualized costumes while adult men are urinating on each other and having sex in public and are naked. And that, of course, every day, more white erasure of our norms. Every day, more white erasure of our norm. The public square. What else does it? This very girl right here, this celebration of nobody is the same, but we all love America Inc. Whatever that is, right? What does it result in? This.
This is video showing one of three
Is it going to play the
shootings in
video?
a West Oakland neighborhood since July 4th. Neighbors tell me this incident took place Wednesday shortly before 12.
She said, that's scary. I'm gonna put it up for y'all so y'all can see it. Is this working this time? All right. Watch, this is California and coming to a town near you.
This is video.
Is it not playing?
One of three shootings in a West Oakland neighborhood since July 4th. Neighbors tell me.
Y'all tell me if it's playing for you. Like, can you see the video rolling? Because it's not rolling from where I can see it on the player. But I have no way of knowing whether or not it's playing for you.
This is video showing one of three shootings in a West Oakland neighborhood since July 4th. Neighbors tell me this incident took place Wednesday shortly before 12:30.
So more than half a dozen of our brain surgeons, of our diversities, walked out into the street and opened fire. Can't see it. Can you see it now? It's playing now. Walked out in the street and blazing like it's Beirut. That is what Emily Saves America's interpretation of our resistance of America and our resistance to anti-whiteism, whether she would call it that or not. This is what it yields us. We talked about the little boys. Look at this. Look, this is not a Democrat-run city. This is all of the cities of Western civilization is descending to. Why? The anti-whites, the hardcore anti-whites are going to do what anti-whites do. Anti-whites are going to anti-white. The problem is our resistance to the anti-whites. The problem is our resistance to the anti-whites looks like Emily Saved America and her interpretation of what's beautiful about the RNC. The problem is the Vances. The problems are the people who love the Vance and the white trash, or sorry, trailer trash angle of the trailer trash is what's going to save America. Elevate that to preeminent status. That's the problem.
In the morning.
No, that's scary. That's real scary. It was like we were at war, you know, and it don't make sense, you know.
Next conservative and meeting and RNC keynote speaker right here. Oh, that's Gary. No shit. I feel compassion for her to have to live among that, but hey, it wouldn't be happening if my people were in charge, serving our well-being, because we'd have law and order, and all those people that were just scaring you would be dead.
No, it doesn't. And so far as I'm concerned, kids, stop.
See, and there's the problem. This is the mentality, right? If I were in charge, if my people were in charge, serving white well-being, we were not going to call them kids. They're going to be called corpses. She was close, but no cigar. When you treat this as misbehaving children, you're going to get more of it. And it seems to be the innate response to this sort of violent, antisocial, civilization-destroying behavior is, well, kids are being kids. Khan saying this is what living in a big city is all about.
Just stop. It ain't worth it.
Some residents suspect young people may be responsible
The news. Some residents suspect young people. Thanks, Emily Saves America. Thanks, JD Vance.
for 3 shootings along 10th Street in a span of 2 weeks. They say the lack of security at the public housing complex in the area.
Oh, that's the problem, is the lack of security. The white man hasn't paid for enough security to make sure that these kids are playing Candyland. Because, you know, that's what they would be doing if the white man had just supplied ample security everywhere. That's the problem. Blame the white man. There isn't ample enough security to ensure that they'd be playing Candyland rather than Beirut-style destruction of Western civilization. That's where we are. And we have the idiots coming out in storm. You just never doubt that the white race will step up to the plate to can blow it. Never doubt it. Here you have Donald Trump clearly, literally on a stage, giving a speech for a couple minutes. The Secret Service, white people not asking the question, why is it so lax? And then searching for the answer, they would find the truth, that it's because anti-whites don't care about Trump. And anti-white morality governs the West, the immorality for us. And so they're lax. So they approach their job in this perfunctory way where it's just like, hey, it doesn't matter. This is the devil. It's a white guy in the way. Half-assing it. So they leave a line of sight open, not only at this event, but at many events. For years, they haven't been securing lines of sight. Obvious questions you should be asking. But leave it to the white race to not ask that question and instead become enraptured with ideas of fucking alien ships behind Donald Trump. I'm not kidding. There are content creators out there. And of course, the scum content creators out there that are saying, oh, this is some kind of conspiracy and it was a fake shooting and none of that happened. They're scum. But I can understand why they're doing it. They want the money, they want the sex, they want the prestige, they want the audience, they want the eyeballs. There's a female conservative content creator, by the way, who is indulging one of these conspiracy theories. In fact, she showed a video the other day, and she has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of followers. And she's in her like mid-20s, and she's already bought $1 million house by herself in Texas. That's all I'm going to give you about her right now, for now. She showed a video where somebody had clearly taken the audio of the shooting and placed it over the video of crooks climbing the roof. And she said, look here. And she's more than intelligent. She's not like weird, low IQ kind of. No, she's more than bright enough, intelligent woman. And she's like, look, the gunshots are going off, but he's not even positioned yet. Clearly there's another shoot, or clearly there's the question of, is there another shooter? She knows damn well and good there isn't another shooter. She knows that that's a fake audio, that they took the audio of the rounds going off and placed it, because that video of him climbing the roof has been played 1 million times, even on mainstream media, with the audio playing of the people with their cell phones saying, hey, yeah, tell that cop too. Yeah, tell that he's still climbing the roof right now. So that video is out there. But these people are out there for themselves. And she's pretty. And so hundreds of thousands, millions of thirsty white guys can't get a job, or can't get a job that they've been trained for or are worth, can't get a job that'll go anywhere. They like indulge in fantasies. Maybe she would be interested in me, or maybe she liked my comment, or she repeated something I said. Maybe it was the thing I said. Instead of coming someplace that can change their lives for the better. So no surprise when it comes to those content creators. They're opportunists. They're self-promoters. They're just trying to make $1 at the expense of everyone else. The problem is, why are so many white people so dumb? You take this gift that has been given you. An assassin tries to kill a speed bump to anti-whiteism and it would have been on television. His head would have blown up on television. An assassin and misses. And you can take this gift and go out into the world, and everyone's thinking God saved Trump's life. And you can have this guy in office that's going to be a speed bump to all that is awful in the Western civilization. He's not going to stop it. He's not going to turn it back. He's not going to become the tyrant we'd like to see him become for a Western civilization. The heroic leader. The anti-whites would call him a tyrant. He would be the heroic leader, the heroic champion, the savior. He's not going to become that, but he's a speed bump. He's going to slow anti-whiteism down a little bit, if nothing else. But he's going to do more, because we're going to continue pushing the concepts that liberate our people from this scourge of anti-whiteism and the horror that has become our lives. You take this gift and then you shit on it and throw it away. What is wrong with you? Is it your medications? Is it the Diet Coke you're drinking? What is wrong? You immediately want to take this God's decision to put him in charge, and you want to turn this into some sort of conspiracy that it was faked, and it was faked by, and you have no way of knowing it was fake. You don't research any of the claims these people are making, like that one I just mentioned there. There are going to be white idiots out there who are saying, look, the gun's going off in this video when he's still climbing. They don't research any of the claims. They don't actually go and look, is any of this true? They just take somebody said. Well, somebody said at the event that they thought there was another shooter. So what? You're going to have an audience, a huge audience of human beings. Odds are there are going to be people there who, for various reasons, not the least of which is fear for their lives in the moment, are going to come to some erroneous conclusions. And you're going to take the one here or the two there and say, out of the whole population, 2 people here said they thought there was another shooter, or the police told us that we needed to get out of here because there might be, or there is another shooter, and conclude that there was a second shooter. I actually joked about that idiots were going to be saying there was a second shooter in the grassy knoll, and damned if they're not saying it, and their views are, their videos and podcasts are getting the views. People are giving them time. I mean, the white race, I'm sorry, we're kicking some of you out. I'm sorry. Some of you have got to go. You're not white anymore. Yes, I get the right to decide. Some of you are not white anymore. I cannot believe this or stand this anymore. So I wanted to pull up a video that is obviously showing the truth based on where the bullets landed. So let's just have a very quick look at that, because we're going to be talking briefly about the fact, well, I'm right once again, that the Secret Service, they were slow walking Donald Trump's requests for more protection. Why would they do that? Because he is a speed bump to anti-whiteism. If it were a hit by the CIA, right, or the deep state, or whatever, they would just pull it off, right? There wouldn't be all of this evidence of what I'm saying. There wouldn't be dozens and scores of rallies where lines of sight were left open. They would just have one, the one they wanted to get him at. If it were a hit, that's what it would have been. No, this was clearly born out of anti-whiteism. And that, my friends, is the only productive way to view what took place. Do you ever think that that group of people who has survived in the bodies of other people for millennia, do you ever think that they view any events in history through a story, or by way of a story, that is unproductive to them and their well-being? Maybe white people are just too dumb for this. Maybe you all are just too dumb. I don't, maybe you're just too fucking stupid. Everything has to be viewed through the lens of white well-being in a way that is productive for our well-being. That is the virtue enshrined above all others. And incidentally, I will never tire of mentioning that that is the virtue that will benefit everyone of every background in Western civilization, is for us to do what white people do for our well-being. Let's have a look at where the rounds ended up, right? That's kind of telling, right? Isn't that what, when there are shootings like in your neighborhood, when Beirut breaks out because the youth don't have enough policing, enough security guards to keep them at Candyland, which is what they would just normally be doing if it weren't for the white man making things so hard on them. Right? They say, where do the rounds end up? Because you can see by way of where the bullet goes in, its trajectory. You can see by the way of how it strikes things, its trajectory. So let's have just a quick look.
A 3D illustration of how many bullets were fired and their trajectory that struck 3 people at the Trump rally on July 13th, 2024.
And this is the other thing that this is the other thing that you have to appreciate is the bullet that took off some of Donald Trump's ear, said to be by the physician 2 centimeters worth of his flesh, wasn't the only one to almost kill him. When you see the actual trajectory of these rounds, you can really appreciate how close we came to a very different world. And why? All of the consequence of something that the anti-whites produce every day. It doesn't take black water. It doesn't take some sort of midnight training that you enter through, like Splinter and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sewage labyrinth, that they take him down and then he finds his way into this underground labyrinth of a base and he's trained by black water. No, you just need anti-whites thinking that the most moral thing to do in the world is to kill the next Hitler. That's all you need. That's all you need. Take a look at how many bullets almost ended Trump's life.
This is the area we're going to focus in on.
So you can see there's Trump. Here are 2 people who were struck with rounds. The other one is over here to the left. Right
here
there.
You can see the 3 victims that were injured by gunfire.
Right there.
And where they were standing in the bleachers. We're going to turn around and demonstrate exactly where these bullets came from.
There you have it. I showed you the video. Sky News. The blur was right at the very top of this roof line. And what's another thing the conspiracy theorists are pushing? And the idiots, the white idiots that no longer, you're kicked out of the white race, losers. What are they saying? He wasn't even up to the roof line to be able to shoot over it. Oh, except Sky News has video of the corpse at the roof line, at the apex. And you could see the rifle having slid down a little bit after his head was blown off.
This model represents Thomas Crooks. His position can be seen here in this image.
Okay, by the way, I don't know if they point out here, but I still have it up. And something else that's very strange is that the Secret Service it's still being reported that the Secret Service and FBI are saying there was no ladder found on the scene. There's a ladder right by my cursor. I showed you on the video, right at this little building here, there is a ladder, like a 10-foot probably ladder.
Which illustrates exactly where he was. Turning around, we can see the path of all the bullets that were fired from this location. I placed a 10-foot red disc downrange to represent what an average shooter could hit easily. Now let's take a look at this.
Now watch this.
First shot fired. Coming from our key location, bullet 1 grazes President Trump's ear. This is the same bullet that hits a spectator in the stands.
See how obvious and clear this is.
We know this through video evidence. As President Trump is talking, the first shot rings out just after he says, "Take a look at what happened."
Something that said, "Take a look at what happened."
You see the smoke fly off the railing where the round hit it. There are these conspiracy imbeciles, conspiracy tards, saying that that is a second shot. That's smoke coming out of another gun. That is where the round hit the railing. After it shaved off some of Trump's ear.
We can see the vapor trail of a bullet strike, which is the same bullet that struck President Trump's ear a split second earlier, and this video is this location here. Back at the podium, President Trump is shot and grabs his ear, falling to the ground as more shots rang out. In total, there were 7 or 8 shots.
So you can see here, and as you pivot around, you see the reality of somebody who makes their first shot as sharp as they can, and then trying to keep the firearm on target, does what is commonly known as spraying and praying.
So let's rewind and watch this at regular speed.
Take a look at what happened.
Look at that. Now do you have a better appreciation for how different this world could have been right now? It wasn't just the shot that took off 2 centimeters of his ear. It's all these bullets. You can see here where the retired firefighter was hit in the head, and he died there.
With all that gunfire, it's easy to understand how these spectators were injured, even though they were not the target, including the sole spectator who lost his life that day.
You see, it doesn't take it doesn't take a big conspiracy. It doesn't take a bunch of other snipers, other gunmen. It doesn't take all of these stories. Trained to be the patsy. This is how they do it. How do you know how they do it? How do you know? They don't know shit. And they also talk about, and this is another female content creator, conservative female content creator on Instagram, huge following. And she comes out and says, conspiracy theory about this, just shit on that great gift that you were given to get a speed bump into the White House. Just go ahead and shit on it, little girl, cupcake. Go ahead and shit on it. And here she said, big, and then she has shared the so-called evidence of the elites. How smart is this? Signaling that they were going to murder him that day in this whole staged thing. And that's how they were going to murder him this day with the patsy and everything. And they signaled. And then she said, and I love this, I think this is so fun coming out of these imbeciles, that she said, the elite believe in something called karmic retribution. Now, that's a term the conspiracy tards made up much later after creating their conspiracies. I never read this karmic retribution back in the newspaper days when there wasn't the internet. They made it up because people ask the obvious question: why would they tell us what they are going to do? Why would they tell the population what they're going to do? Why wouldn't they just do it? If they wanted to pull off some kind of X, Y, or Z, why wouldn't they just go ahead and do it? And so these conspiracy theorists came up with this novel concept to legitimize their falsehoods, which is to say they're grifting. To legitimize their grifting, which is to say that, oh, well, they have this weird religion where they believe that if they don't tell you ahead of time, then bad things will happen to them. Really? Well, how do you know that? Well, of course, they don't have an answer for that. They don't know that. It's just a really useful little tool when people ask troublesome questions about how you know so much about the elite of the world who meet in secret, silent, obsidian cabal structures and plot every little detail, jot and tittle of our lives. These people are more examples of aids to the white race. They are also aids to the white race because things that we could actually use to bring us together, to strengthen our resolve, to move forward, are subverted with these imbecilic arguments, and entertaining is their main value, that give people nothing to do, nothing constructive. In fact, it neuters it. It cuts the balls right off us. This is reality, and it's born out of anti-whiteism. The Secret Service being lax and the murderer being dumb enough to not know how hard or how easy it would be. Like, that's another thing about the conspiracy theorists. How would he know that there wouldn't be? What do you mean, how would he know? What are you talking about? He's a 20-year-old, bullied, introspective. He has no idea what's going on in the world. He doesn't know how much protection or how little protection. He just simply doesn't know. You know why most businesses don't get off the ground, idiot? It's because people get too worried about all the things that could go wrong. Businesses often succeed because their founders don't know what can go wrong. They just go out there and start working it. They don't know what can go wrong. They don't know what they're not allowed to do. But here we get to the Secret Service head honchos are finally admitting that they dragged their feet for 2 years. Secret Service officials repeatedly rejected Donald Trump's request for additional security in the 2 years before last weekend's assassination attempt. The ex-president asked for more agents and magnetometers at large public events. He added, as well as extra snipers. So why didn't he get help? Why, as I was right, I remember how angry I was, and I was like, do you think this is the first rally where they had inadequate protection and sight lines to the president? Of course not. Because of anti-whiteism. I was right. The conspiracy tards are wrong. So there you have it. I mean, there's not a whole bunch more to say there. Outrage at the security lapse led the federal security agency to up Trump's detail. Security Service initially denied. And Cheadle, by the way, she's like hounded at the, I guess it was at the RNC, had to like run out of there. And she's going to be hauled before Congress. Apparently, she's going to be tendering her resignation. She's not even, the Secret Service is, I believe, run by the DOJ, which means Mayorkas. So they initially, and for the longest time, the Secret Service has been saying, oh, it's false that Trump asked for more help. But they finally had to admit that, yep, he's been asking for more help, and we just wouldn't give it. Cheadle was forced, among mounting pressure, to resign. She faced mounting pressure to resign. Doubled down, actually. And let's see. Is that Anthony Guglielmi, a spokesman for the Secret Service, admitted to the Washington Post that the agency had denied Trump's request. And then, of course, they're going to say excuses. Who cares what their excuses are? This is one of the most hated people in America, death threats galore. He is also one of the most beloved people running for president. So obviously he should have the protection that such a position warrants. So there is no excuse. It's just we were dragging our feet. We didn't care. We're anti-white, and we're not anti-white. The agency is not anti-white because the person in charge is anti-white. I know all the midwittery are out there are saying, well, just fire her. Dipshit. It's in the fabric of our social morality. You got to go free. You got to stop with this target tier level of understanding the world. Give it up. Follow what we're doing. Really enough said about that. I was right. Once again, we have also, do I have it here or no? Yes. People again, this is like looking at the punching the gift horse in the mouth. Here you have conservatives angry that anti-whites who are bemoaning Trump not being murdered and demanding that future shooters correctly assassinate and murder him. You have conservatives who are angry that these people are getting fired from their jobs. And I just wanted to take a quick look. Another example. No, fire every one of them. Fire everyone. This we're not going to sink to their level mentality. We're going to play by the rules while they play by the rules that they invent is how you lose. It's how we've been losing all along. Let's not allow these people to hold sway over the pushback and defense against anti-whiteism, against our victimization. Shut your mouths, Aunt B. Shut up. There is so few in this anti-white tapestry, the social morality of the West. They get us demoted, fired, not hired, thrown out of school for just barely crossing the line of not being anti-white enough. Every now and again, we have something like this, where anti-whites are just so bloodthirsty. They're just like, yeah, murder the guy. And we can finally get them fired. And you're like, don't sink to their level. Shut up. You're kicked out of the white race as well. Total losers. People across the nation have lost jobs after the protest. They should lose more. They should lose their freedom, because I can guarantee you, if white males said of Obama or Biden or whoever, Kamala coming up, that the next shooter should blow her head off, we would not just lose our jobs. We would go to jail. It's not just tenacious. Is there somebody actually called Tenacious D? I hate this. Why am I alive now? This is disgusting. School employees, a restaurant worker, fire chief, political aide, they've all lost their jobs. Good. Tenacious D duo said he was blindsided. The tour would pause. Good. Go to jail. Go to jail and have a couple of those in the prison, and they'll make it a lot easier. I can promise you. It'll make it a lot easier. You won't have any more struggles with that. Let's come down here, because a lot of people are angry with this woman who runs Libs of TikTok. Another post by Libs of TikTok highlighted comments made by a worker at the Tupelo Honey Southern Kitchen and Bar restaurant with locations in several states. The restaurant later said in a post that the worker was no longer employed and had violated its social media policy. So Libs of TikTok has been attacked for sharing just what these people are saying, and then as a consequence, these people are getting fired. And all I've got to say to that is fire more of them. And the people who complain, the conservatives who complain, get them fired too. Find out where people like us, people who actually want to fight anti-whiteism, have suffered firings and no hirings and no promotions and daily worrying about being hauled before anti-white tribunals and daily worrying about these anti-white lynchings for having said something that's not anti-white enough, we've had to suffer it. So I want you to suffer it too. No more allowing these people to be the voice of our resistance to our victimization. We play by the rules of our making, not by the rules the anti-whites give us, not by the rules the delicate sewing circle of voting quadrant of the Republican Party give us. Shut up. Unbelievable that finally the anti-whites say something as monstrous as blow his head off, do better at blowing his head off, and they can get fired for it. And the sewing circle quadrant of the Republican Party jumps up and says, no, don't get them fired. Don't hurt them. We also have, of course, you all know Microsoft had a meltdown. I don't know if we will talk about that today. We might keep that for Wednesday. We'll see. We also have, and what's happening there, of course. What's happening in big tech? The short of it is the same thing that's happening at the Jersey Shore, which used to be a wonderful destination for people along the East Coast. They would head on out to the Jersey Shore. It was like a thing. You would go to it, and people loved it, especially back in the day. What's happening in the tech world and at the Jersey Shore? White erasure. White erasure of our norms. White erasure of our standards. White erasure of our people. White erasure of how we do business. White erasure of our mores. White erasure of how people behave in society. And therefore, everything else, anything else, in fact, the inverse, in most cases, supplants what previously had been the way we do business. The way we create Western civilization. Tech world falling apart, Microsoft and their partners falling down on their faces, the whole system crashes. No reason to believe or to go out and speculate about it being some sort of practice run for something else. And you're always, where are you then? You're always in like this waiting pattern. You're not doing anything. We can right now have a productive conclusion. Anti-whiteism in the tech world is getting stuff up. It caused all of these flights not to move. Maybe we'll talk about it later. Maybe we'll talk about it on Wednesday. Banks, businesses, hospitals, everything's screwed up. Everything's screwed up. You don't have to speculate that it's the Chinese. You don't have to speculate that it's Bill Gates. You don't have to speculate that it's the elites. What can you do with any of that information? None of that's productive. But we can see very clearly, and you can't see any of that. You have to it's wild conjecture. It's just wild conjecture. There is something we can see, and if we conclude that the thing we see is responsible, it's also a productive conclusion because we can work with it to improve our lives, to push back against our victimizers. Hello, Marty. Hello, McFly. Are you getting it? In this case, Biff has it right. Anti-whiteism, calling the tech world to fall apart. Anti-whiteism has caused too much shit, human shit, in the ocean in New Jersey, and they have banned swimming for the rest of the summer. That's what anti-whiteism gives you. Find a conspiracy theory for that. We'll be right back.
I've been trying to bring peace with those who brought the danger. Suddenly everyone around me turned into a stranger. I just wanna know what happened to our folk. We were supposed to grow, disloyalty was shown. What happened to our home? Arguments for days, then we lost our way. But the passion we both know can turn the other cold. We're all we have, so we can't go. And I'm not mad, I'm just sad, and I don't wanna move. Wanted to be your center, but you want me to groove. Brother against brother, and you tell me that I have to choose. Looks like I will have no one, and I'll just sing the folk blues. 'Cause I just wanna know what happened to our folk. We were supposed to grow, disloyalty was shown. What happened to our home? Arguments for days, then we lost our way. But the passion we both know can turn the other cold. We're all we have, so we can't go. No, I just need time to reprogram. Better tact after collapse from the destruction, from the pieces of fallen architect.
All right, let's start swashing our asses off right now, ladies and gentlemen. Is the crowd making noise? They better be making noise. I had to change some of the... Yes, the crowd is with us. Swashbuckling, get your August emojis going, ladies and gentlemen. We'll pull up our first massive success here in just a moment. I know it's here, for the love of God. Where is it? And you know who it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is the one and only. It is the Franklinator that we are going to be celebrating. So begin celebrating the IRL work of the great, the one and only Franklinator. Big love, big swashing salutes, much rejoicing, ladies and gentlemen. 007's crown. Give him some crowns. Franklin deserves some crowns. Gems and crowns for the Franklinator IRL. Wallpapering the world. We can see right here, glorious though it is. The great Franklinator also wants to thank Ivan Biospirit 4-0 for attending the Donald Trump Jr. stream this week. Give it up for all of these heroes who showed up swashing flamboyantly, as we are wont to do, on the great Don Trump Jr. Should have been the vice president. This guy would have been glorious. Give it up for these men. This is how we change the world. These are our receipts. Show the love, big love for these heroes. Who else do we have here next? Let's give it up for the great, the one and only Cindy Ben, who just wrote. She is our former, she was a newspaper reporter, and she is reporting for us now. She wrote a brilliant article over on nowhiteguilt.quora.com titled Assassination Attempt on Trump Brings Out Anti-Whites. Let's give some great salutes. Give this lady some crowns and gems. Give her some hearts and roses or flowers or whatever else. 007s. Show her the love, ladies and gentlemen. It's a wonderful article. Make your way on over to nowhiteguilt.quora.com and read the latest from the great Cindy Ben. And if you're over there writing any articles, let me know, and we will celebrate you as well. And I was lucky to have discovered this wonderful piece by the great Cindy Ben. And let's head on over and look at these victories. Here we have, ladies and gentlemen, one of Western kind, and he is swashing on 9mm SMG, expecting women to lay down their life willingly for a man is a very bizarre distortion of instinct and natural law and Western norms. Beautifully written. One of our dialectics right there. Feminism is a product of anti-whiteism. One of our dialectics right there. Anti-whiteism, one of our concepts. 40,000 views over on that guy. Give it up for the great one of Western kind. Hundreds of likes, dozens of retweets. Let's keep it rolling. One of Western kind over on Americana Aesthetic. We need to defeat anti-whiteism and reverse white erasure. Remember, swashing is sharing our dialectics, our arguments, our concepts, the words, and the words put together that create specific ideas. Those things combine to create the story that we live our lives in. If we get our brothers and sisters speaking in those concepts, we put them in our story, we change the way our victimization is discussed. That is why these are victories. We need to defeat anti-whiteism and reverse white erasure of our countries. For anything like this to become possible again, whites need to become a people in the true sense, which means having and fighting for a shared well-being, white well-being. 56.3 thousand views. So all these concepts, these dialectics, give it up for one of Western kind. Crowns and gems. 96s. Let's see some 96s for one of Western kind. We're going to keep it moving. One of Western kind back again over on End Wokeness. He writes, it's what white erasure looks like. It's what non-white numerical courage looks like. You see a concept used there in numerical courage, and then the argument, the dialectic as a consequence, using that concept, beautifully written. 10,000 people saw this over on End Wokeness. Give it up for one of Western kind. We have one of Western kind over here on Lily Allen, anti-white approach to sports. If the white erased sports team wins, claim the white country wouldn't be capable of anything if not for white erasure. Beautiful dialectic. If the white erased sports team loses, villainize white people who aren't anti-white. Again, magnificently written using our dialectics and our concepts. Over on Lily Allen's audience base, almost 50,000 views of her audience. It's coming from everywhere, isn't it? It's coming from one of Western kind, bitch. That's where it's coming from. Here you have one of Western kind over under Elon Musk. He says, it's white erasure, Elon, due to anti-whiteism. Mwah. Perfectly written 96s, quadruple 07s. 20,000 views of people checking in on Elon Musk. 20,000 people saw these concepts. Beautifully, and the dialectic that as a consequence of what we're seeing is these things. Fantastic. One of Western kind back again, this time on Rabbit Hole 84. So, founding stock of the United States, whites, beautifully written, are incredibly disadvantaged compared to various non-white newcomer groups. And this is a good thing somehow? ? Only in the anti-white narrative it is. White privilege, in quotes, because this is a fake concept, a mean pathogen. Fiction, he says, equals whites haven't been fully dispossessed yet. Close quote. Beautifully written. Over 10,000 people saw this magnificently written tweet. One of Western kind back again. Anti-white senator calls for military force to be used against Irish people protesting the forcible plantation of white erasure of the community an anti-white villainy signaler. Over 10,000 here over on Timmy Dooley's Twitter account. That's One of Western Kind. Again, make sure you are celebrating your ass off right now for One of Western Kind. This epic, flamboyant swashbuckling going on. Here we have Eric coming in under Pauline Hanson. Who else is sick of anti-whiteism ruining all our countries in the West? 630 likes from Pauline Hanson, One Nation political party in Australia. 630, 23 replies. Give it up for Eric 07's big salutes. Crowns and gems, love and life. Here we have Anglo-Saxon NWG. Who else is sick of anti-whiteism becoming the dominant morality in America? Salty Crackers audience gave him 1.2 thousand likes and growing. Salty Cracker, 38 responses, beautifully written. Give it up for the swashbuckling power of Anglo-Saxon NWG. More to come from him. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Who else is sick of the anti-white media? This is under Officer Tatum. Tatum gives it a heart, and 2,000 of his audience give it likes, 30 replies, and climbing. Anglo-Saxon is doing it, bitch. Here we have Anglo-Saxon, again under Officer Tatum. Who else is sick of Serena Williams' villainy signaling? 1,000 people. 1,000 people of Officer Tatum's audience agreed with that statement. Villainy signaling. Villainy signaling. It's not virtue signaling. It's villainy signaling. Beautifully written by Anglo-Saxon NWG. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Who else is sick of anti-whiteism becoming the dominant morality in America? Over on Tucker Carlson Network, almost 1,000 of Tucker Carlson's audience. 1,000 of Tucker Carlson's are not people from the explicit white sympathetic sphere. Normal people, 803 and climbing, almost 1,000. 66 replies agree with that statement. Anti-whiteism becoming the dominant morality in America. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Walsh. Again, almost 1,000 of Walsh's audience. 33 replies agree with, I'm absolutely fed up with our anti-white education system. Who's with me? Think of that. Normal, everyday folks, sick and tired, and they are able to see our concepts, our dialectics, and immediately, it's almost like Jason was telling you the truth all along, isn't it? It's almost like Jason was right all along. It's almost like Duke and all of these other people have been wrong all along. Cool Papa J Magic sliding in here. There's nothing progressive about anti-whiteism. Over on Lauren Chin, over 200 of Lauren Chin's audience seeing this comment and giving it a like. Celebrate big cool Papa J Magic. There is more to come right now. Give this man crowns, some 07s, some gems. He's over on Lotus Eaters. There is no double standard. There is no hypocrisy. That's only on the surface. There's a beautiful dialectic we use here. Cool Papa J Magic like a swashbuckling ninja using this tool. I love it. When you see the anti-white narrative for what it is, you will understand that there is only one standard, and that standard is anti-whiteism. 131 likes from Lotus Eaters audience and climbing. 4 replies and climbing. Let's keep it going. Cool Papa J Magic over here. Destiny is a big fan of anti-whiteism. This under Lotus Eaters, again, talking about Destiny. 662 likes from Lotus Eaters audience liking anti-whiteism. That is the exact opposite. They like abstractions. That's what they communicate to their audience. But what's happening? These concepts work. They work for people. They are curative contagion. Let's keep it going. Cool Papa J Magic, still on Lotus Eaters. Different videos. We have to stop speaking as if we're just on the edge of losing our countries and we need to save them. beautiful dialectic, and start addressing the situation as it actually is if we want to see any changes. We lost a long time ago, a few generations at least, and we have not been in control of our destiny since. We were defeated by a single word, racism, in quotes, beautifully written, my friend, beautifully written, I love it. Dialectics, our arguments, perfectly applied in this epic swashbuckling here, which is the central pillar of the anti-white narrative, racism, and caused us to see defending our own well-being as an immoral endeavor. That's what needs to change. Working on 800 likes from Lotus Eater's audience, who are trying to tell people we're about to lose things, which of course is erroneous. 38 replies from them and growing. Let's keep it going. Keep the celebration going. Cool Papa J Magic in here. Anyone sick of funding white erasure and sick of this anti-whiteism too? As the audience takes a breath, this is over under One American News. We have 226 likes on the first, 242 on the second, 11 replies on the first, 6 replies on the second. One Nation News, their audience, not ours, ordinary folks, everyday folks, able to see and understand our concepts. Hey, Mark, bitch, they understand the concepts. Remember all the times you said nobody would understand? They don't understand your bullshit. They understand this. I was right. You were wrong. Did we skip one? No, that's the one we just looked at. All right. Do you realize how crazy it is that after everything they've done, you still calling them liberal? There's nothing, and in quotes, perfectly written, and there's nothing liberal or progressive about anti-whiteism. This is under Tim Pool. Calling these people liberal and progressive. Tim Pool's audience, 200 of his audience saw this comment saying that it's not those things, Tim, it's anti-whiteism, and they agreed. Ordinary people, and we are changing the world, ladies and gentlemen. The great cool Bubba J Magic keeps it going. DEI is just euphemistic terminology to describe anti-whiteism, white erasure. This is under Matt Walsh. 125 of his audience saw this comment and gave it a like and celebrate. 125 people, not people from the explicit white sympathetic sphere. God bless cool Papa J Magic. John G is over here ruling the roadway. You got to give it up for John G. Lay some pavement down for this gentleman. Talk to your family about anti-whiteism. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Big love and celebration for this hero who is correctly identifying at what needs to be done with the correct tools and advising people, admonishing them to get into the battlefield, to actually get into the trenches where change is made. God bless that hero, John G. Showing love. Who do we have next? We have Homeless Bear. It's astounding how fast America is being white erased. White kids are already fewer than half of the children. This is under Ramsey Paul. How many people from Ramsey Paul's circles saw this? 56,000 and climbing. 56,000 people saw white erasure and are going to take up this concept and use it to empower our people in our world. God bless. Hundreds of likes over there. Give it up for Homeless Bear. Here we have, is that Othel? Is that how it's pronounced, brother? You can correct me. Somewhere Othel found, somewhere in the country, he found this. Everybody pulling up. Stop anti-whiteism. Go free. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Let's give it up for this hero. Let's give it up. Everybody rolling up to order their sandwich and their fries. And they're going to look right into the speaker, right on this board. Their eyes have to go there. And this champion swashbuckling hero finds this sticker there. we know with much love that he deserves quadruple 07s. 96 to the hero. God bless you. Here we have Paul Zapula over on End Wokeness. He writes, MSDNC always pushes their anti-whiteism, even when it comes to where people are buried. Despicable. We have almost 20,000 views. 20,000 people under the End Wokeness account seeing anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism, ladies and gentlemen. And we're not there yet, but we're almost finished. We are almost finished. We have this video, and then we have something from London Down Under. Take a look at the power of Eric.
Hey, thank you, Eric, for the donation. Hey, Metron, love your Gladiator to reaction video. What is the deal with the common trend of white erasure in historical-based film produced today, casting non-white actors to play historically white characters? Thanks. I think what happened, I don't know if I would go as far as calling it white erasure in the movies, but what is clearly happening is that we went from...
Note the concepts that are being used. Note that the concept, for example, white erasure, is up for conversation. The fact that he's not coming to the conclusion that it is white erasure at this point for him and his audience is immaterial. The fact that he's saying white erasure, and I'm not sure it's white erasure yet. Yes, let's have this conversation. That is epic victory. Let's hear what else is said.
One extreme to the other, in the sense that back in the freaking 50s and 60s, you wouldn't see one person who normally, also because there were less, let's be honest, there were less actors from areas that were in California and Hollywood. But then we went from like every video game, only white people, every movies, mostly white people. We went from that to a position where, oh, well, no, now we need to push out whoever just so that we can have representation, which is, and again, I'm not against representation, but it needs to be historical. It needs to be real. And it pisses me off, just like I don't want to see Blade. He's a fictional character. He's black. He's going to be black. If they turn him white, not going to happen, of course, but if they do, I'll make a video, I'll complain about it. Same way, if you have a character who's always been white, I don't want to see him black. And that does not make me racist. It's just that I like that character the way he is. For the same reason, I don't want...
Okay. Hey, huge victory for Eric right there. Give it up. Show him love as the audience, I think, takes a breath. Show him some love. Show him how much you care, ladies and gentlemen. It's totally epic. And we have this also. Remember, having our concepts legitimized in debate is victory, is a success. The great Thunder from Down Under, ladies and gentlemen, just the other day, attended the One Nation. This is Pauline Hanson, legitimate political party, One Nation political party, and the great Lunder from down, and the whole team of swashbuckling champions down under, Eric, Porge, the rest of them, they all deserve just absolute celebration because they're talking about these things. They're talking about how to pragmatically get our concepts, dialectics to as many people as possible, moral people, because moral people will take these up. So Lunder goes to the event, and here are some bullet points. He gives One Nation candidate Taryn Gillard, a free copy of Go Free and Crucible. She said she'll take a look at both of them. She thanked Lunder twice, not only when he gave her the books, but later in the event. After having a look at them, she came back and thanked him again. Folks, get out of your seats. This is huge. Get out of it's huge. It's huge. Get out of your seats in love and celebration for this. I mean, this is some epic, flamboyant swashbuckling. I mean, can we hear it for the great Lunder Thunder Down Under? He happened upon One Nation candidate Arno Blank. He says it's a great bloke, and the guy's very amiable to the Go Free method. As soon as Lunder started talking about it, and Lunder gave him a business card with extra info for the website and all the work we're doing. This guy Arno said he would check out the website and the book first chance. He said he hoped to see Lunder at the next event. Lunder also spoke with Pauline Hanson herself. Big salutes. He informed her of the importance of Go Free. He brought up the example of Donald Trump's usage of the term anti-white. Oh my God. Oh my God. Do you see how the power of this? Do you see how we have been right all along? How this is strategy and genius of forethought? She said to him, to Lunder, that all races should get along. And Lunder promptly agreed. We agree with that. Lunder brought up how Jewish people have their own term to describe hate and prejudice against their kind, anti-Semitism. He did this to help Pauline understand what the term anti-whiteism means. He stated to her that anti-whiteism is used the similar way that anti-Semitism is used for people who are anti-Jewish, who hate Jews, who want to harm Jews. And she was able to totally understand what anti-whiteism was like this as a consequence. Of course she was. And so she took Go Free. Her assistant, a guy named Sean, took Go Free for her, while they were standing there. And he said Sean seemed like a really based guy as well. He seemed interested. And then he told Lunder that he would encourage, as he found out more about Go Free, that he would encourage Pauline to read Go Free. And let's see. And Lunder says that shows how much Sean understood. This is her assistant, her number one assistant, understood the importance of Go Free and the reasoning behind it as Lunder explained it to him. How do you get to this point where you can swash on people? You're going free. You are practicing the practice. That's how you get to the point that it just comes out in speech. And then you can swash like you're swinging in on a rope and riding Pegasus. All right? Give it up. 96s. He said he met a young woman, started talking about why he was at the venue. She was the woman was incredibly receptive, just like Sean was, and completely understood immediately Go Free, so immediately receptive to it as he explained it. He said if you wanted to read Go Free, she can borrow it from Taran, who is actually this woman's boss that he gave a copy to earlier that was also interested and came back and thanked him again when she wasn't reading it. And he handed her a business card as well. I swear. In Lunder, my God, he broke through a wall on a beautiful Frisian horse with a rose in his mouth. And he swung off of it and totally owned the entire. This is swashbuckling. This is how it's supposed to be done. This is like reminiscent of some of our other swashbuckling heroes, IRL. Before he left the venue, Taran thanked him again. Also, he got to talk to Pauline again, slipped her a business card, told her about a business card that he actually had slipped into Go Free. I forgot to mention in the front couple of pages. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody on their feet. This is the recapture of our destiny, and we will be right back. Wow, we're going to keep rolling, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, none of this happens without us. None of it happens without you. It's tough. It's tough with being ignored by people that they're turning their backs. They're turning their backs on the people who pretend to care about the West and Western kind and Western civilization. It's tough. All of that is hard. So I know, but none of this is happening without us. These are the steps. These are the seeds. These are the doses of medicine that we are speckling about Western civilization, and it's spreading. The cure is spreading. The immune system is becoming healthy again. The immune system of our body politic is becoming healthy again, can see again what actually ails us. It's not some shadowy cabal that causes assassinations and assassination attempts. It's not any of these other arguments that people can make. We could cite 20 more of them, 50 more of them. Not any of these stand-in arguments that are not real, that are actually hollow, and they're there just to be knocked down with no danger to those who are fighting these, tipping at these windmills. This is the real threat, anti-whiteism, and we are making our immune system healthy enough to conquer it. Big love and celebration to all of these champions who are engaged in this right now. We're going to get into the financial gifts, and we're going to get to the ones that we're going to celebrate first. Your comments, a Twitter space. We're going to keep rolling. Everybody celebrating. 007s, raucous emojis. What can we get him? Give something original. Give a raucous emoji. Put something in the live chat or floating emoji that you haven't shared before for the one and only Dude Bro moment. $50 financial gift over here on Entropy. God bless you, champion. The platform that hero owns. Dude Bro moment. Let's keep it going for Wilson Bear, another hero in service to white well-being. These people, the people who financially gift serve in so many other capacities. What a surprise it is. No surprise at all that they are in service in so many ways to white well-being and taking on the evil of this age, which is anti-whiteism. Wilson Bear, $20 financial gift. God bless you, champion. And we love seeing you here in service to white well-being. Big love to everybody who is with us here tonight. Whoever you are, live or in replay, you are the reason. If you are engaged in the practice and the stratagem of go free, if you are going through, if you are imbibing, if you are studying, go free, this didactic text, then you are empowering yourself with the tools we need for the warfare that is our well-being. Wilson Bear says, cooking a 4-pound tomahawk steak and some meat pies for dinner tonight with no white guilt. It's going to be the tastiest meat you've ever had. Long after I'm dead, people are still going to be making meals and building fences and building dams with no white guilt. It's going to be epic for the rest of our lives. Big love. God bless you, brother, both of you. We have over here on Cash App, keep out the celebration. We have First Last, a contributor in so many ways, and contributing here financially 100 white well-being dollars on this night to put an end to the evil of our age, a leathern-winged evil come to steal the dreams and hopes and identity of white babies. $100. And right by his side, somebody we've already mentioned tonight, the one and only No White Guilt Libs. An epic gentleman. His clips, please, I need to know more about how well his clips are doing, because it's amazing. I only see every now and again, and some of his clips in a single week will have 20, 40, 80,000 views from people. We have 2,000, 3,000 people will view the stream on Twitter, and then of course adding the others, the hundreds or thousands from other, but then you have 80,000 from the likes of clips. And tonight he financially gifts $150 to the end of the child abuse of white children. The blackest, most infernal, demonic child abuse the world has ever known is anti-whiteism inflicted on white children. Be a part of the cure, like No White Guilt Clips. God bless you, champion, and more. Let me see you making a quick run around the circuit to see if there are any that we have to give applause to before the rest of the financial gifts. I don't think I have missed And so we will continue with the rest of the financial gifts. You can tag me over the course of the rest of this gathering, ending at roughly 9:30 tonight, about an hour away, 9:35, 9:40. We'll see. We'll be starting up the Twitter space soon where you can give your thoughts, I think, on Biden stepping down, the assassination attempt, and the fallout in the Secret Service, and maybe the RNC as well. Why not? We'll take a step over to, and we'll see if anybody is financially gifted on Rumble. I see nothing, miss nothing. Over here on D Live, we have an ice cream cone. An ice cream cone. God bless Spartan for the ice cream cone. Thank you so much. And we also have, what is that? Maybe I'll lean forward and see. Is that Yag? Is that Yag? One ice cream cone. Also, God bless you for the cryptocurrency over there. Yag, tell me, let me know. Thank you over there on D Live. Over here on Odyssey, it looks like we had mentioned earlier the 5 library tokens from Who'da Thunk It. Thank you so much. And we have 0.01 library token from Wing It Productions. Said, God bless Phyllis Schlafly. Yeah, and we would be, if I were in charge, we would have an absolute monument to Phyllis Schlafly. There are a lot of women out there who will say yes, but then they don't act anything like Phyllis Schlafly. Phyllis Schlafly. We will have an absolute monument. But Jason doesn't like women. And say the feminist of both sexes, the anti-whites of both sexes, except Jason would build a colossal monument to Phyllis Schlafly. And other women out there who are actual ass kickers. You just have to be an actual. We're not going to worship women anymore. No, we don't do that here. That's what you can get over in anti-whiteism. That's what you can get in the cucks. You don't get that here. Don't worship women. Men and women form a pair to create the white family. That's what the ideal is. We all have specific roles. We also have 5 library tokens from Who'da Thunk It again. And this time says, did you see the Zuckerberg interview where I guess it was Zuckerberg said that they experienced patriotism when they saw Trump shout, fight, and shot. He was shot. Yes, I did see that. And I know that a lot of the conspiracy theorists, tards, the tard farm and the vegetable part of the produce section is alive and well, my friends. Let me just tell you, I swear to you, it's like every time something like this happens, and it's so amazing that you can have a gift like God himself says, I want this guy. And then you have the vegetable department immediately, they start shouting, no, it's a fake, it's a conspiracy. And there's just nothing that they can't do. Talk about the cauliflower head out there. Just vegetables galore. That's what you are. You are now the vegetable race. We are the white race, and you're not allowed in here anymore. The clubhouse is closed. You are the vegetable race because you're a bunch of vegetables. And yeah, every normal person seeing a man, even if you don't like his policies. I was thinking about like Kim Jong-un. And if he were shot by an assassin and stood up and blood streaming off his head and he's like, fight, I would say that's a badass. Everybody would say this, of course. And they see the American flag and he's shouting. Obviously, a person who in that moment, after being shot and bullets, folks, when bullets are that close, you hear all of them. Okay? You hear everyone whizzing by. When he was on the ground, he heard them all streaking by his head. And his instinct was to stand up, and he's shouting about fight for America. If that doesn't make you feel patriotism, then you are a vegetable. So, of course, Zuckerberg is going to say, wow, I felt pretty patriotic then. And that was the seriously badass move. That doesn't mean that the New World Order, as the vegetables call it, are in lockstep. And now here is the hero they promised to give us. I mean, go to hell. Go to hell. Yeah, so I did see that. And thank you for the financial gift. I'll make my way back around to those who are tagging me, just tagging me in a moment. We're hitting all the financial gifts right now. The great Slaughtz over here on Entropy says with $5, thank you for that, brother. He says, need to call out the jealousy and envy motivating those that will take and use the lexicon. But anti-whiteism itself works in their minds to stop themselves from sharing the glory of Jason Kuna's work. Thank you for that. And not only that, that is a deep understanding of how anti-whiteism that they are infected with prevents them from sharing the source and therefore the remedy to the future perturbations of anti-whiteism as a consequence of that infection. Brilliantly written. God bless you. Thank you, Slaughtz. You're absolutely right. Swilling around over here, we're checking subscribe star. And we're seeing, didn't miss anybody there. Over here on Cash App, we have the great Yiz the Unifier, who is on tomorrow, Discordant Dragons. That's at 6. That's 6. Why do I always 6 o'clock? Make sure you're there. I'm there. And she is financially gifting $5 weekly folk tithe for White Wellbeing. Thursday, same time. You can find her on again over on her channel with News Fist Empire of Lies. Let us continue rolling, and I'll take a look for all of the tags. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into the Go Free lesson of the day, which is blind sight. And what is blind sight in the Go Free stratagem? I think I'm going to go ahead. Actually, before we get to that, we're going to do the announcements. We're going to start the Twitter space, and then we'll do the Go Free lesson of the day while the Twitter space rolls and opening things up to everyone. The announcements are these. I want to make sure first I give credit to Baldur, and I also want to do the mailbag. I want to give some credit to Baldur as well, who participated. We know that I think it was eventually John and maybe Gentile gentlemen participated in it some, but I think Brent Danger told us that in the final analysis, it was John Malt who concluded white labeling as the meme curative that we are still experimenting with. I think it's a good one, and I think it's going to be what we stick with. But that was one of the ones I think that John Malt had worked on. And initially, one of the recommendations of Baldur was something along the line. Let's see, what do I have it here? I think he called it false white labeling. And that was one. So I want to celebrate Baldur for his participation in the creation of this meme curative and the work that we're doing in service to white well-being. Big salutes. Well done. We also want you all to pray for and send positive thoughts to Lana's brother, because Lana's brother is in a foreign country, Southeast Asia somewhere, loves it there. He wants to be there. He has cancer and it's aggressive. He's not doing great. And Lana is very upset about this. So we want to send a prayer out and positive thoughts. So Lana's brother has cancer, and we want to bring peace and healing to him and to their family, and peace and healing to Lana as well. Very important. Let's jump now into the mailbag, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting into the mailbag, and we have a piece of mail from the one and only Traditional Theodore. I think that's how it's pronounced. If I got it wrong, brother, I apologize. Traditional Theodore. And you will begin celebrating with me, because with this letter, which is a beautiful testimonial, our hero financially gifts $100. 100 protect white babies from anti-whiteism, and they're creeping through the windows of the nursery room, and they're coming through the tablets and the televisions. $100 to shut these bastards down. Big love, brother. Big love. Thank you so much. This is from the Thaumatological Mailbag, and he writes this. Dear Jason, growing up in California, I'll keep some of these locations a little nebulous. He says, in the 60s and 70s, I and many of my peers became deracinated and affected by the modern deconstructive philosophies and contemporary social movements, which we in our community now call anti-whiteism. Over time, my consciousness became more anti-white. My attitude changed as the race riots centered in Ferguson, Missouri, 2014, made me realize that 60 years of civil rights concessions did not assuage racial animus. Through the content of American Renaissance, Red Ice TV, Black Pigeon Speaks, and Stephen Molyneux, I learned the white negative perspective, which proved to be a gateway to the Go Free method, white positivity. My primary approach to promote white well-being is to save my extended family through actions of love, hope, and redemption. Important tools in my pursuit are the lexicon and dialectics of the Go Free method. Boy, show this guy some big love. This is swashbuckling in the real world, where the fight was lost and where we are winning the fight for Western civilization. Simon Wheel stated, quote, to be rooted is perhaps the most important and least recognized need of the human soul. Over decades of time, my extended family fractured. 17 of my 31 cousins died. Others moved across the country. We failed to effectively communicate. I strategized the reunification of the family. I formed a Facebook group. Through this platform, we posted pictures, some over a century ago, stories and reflections. In a month I won't say, we had a national family reunion in some areas of the country I won't say, and our ancestral homelands. Mystically, we reunited with our deceased family members by reveling in the places of their communion, their church, their graveyard, and other common spaces. Our roots deepened as we told family stories, broke bread together, and went on scenic walks. Even though many of us had never met before, we connected immediately through our shared heritage and common biospirit. Beautifully used. A rich ground of heritage through memory sets conditions for the roots of identity to flourish. We are planning future virtual, regional, and national reunions. We honor our common culture as we shared our ancestral food, music, and history, and thus repudiate white noir. This is somebody who is engaged in the practice. You can see it in the way he talks, in the constructions of his mind. I am pacing and leading my extended family to see Western kind as a people. My family currently celebrates its Polish-American identity. I am extending our consciousness to appreciate Slavic culture, and I am leading our family to see Western kind as our people and to work for white well-being. Let us save our people, one extended family at a time. Go free. Traditional Theodore. God bless you, man. God bless you. How glorious is that? Everyone show this man big love. It is a remarkable service that he is engaged in. And you can see it now manifested as well as a financial gift. He's in the world. He's practicing Go Free on himself. He's able to communicate this to the family. This, as a curative contagion, will spread. A beautiful thing is being done. God bless you, good sir. Let's go ahead and get up this. Go ahead and get up our Twitter space, as the time is running short for a Twitter space tonight. And it will be up momentarily. What is blind sight in Go Free? In our practice, what does blind sight mean? And we will be discussing that in just a moment here. As always, Twitter is giving me a problem because it is still Twitter. Let's see. All right. We'll skip that. The Twitter space. Thoughts on Biden dropping out, the assassination, and the Secret Service, how we were right here, that the conspiracy theorists are wrong. We were right here all along, that this was anti-whiteism. They were performing perfunctorily. They were giving a half-ass approach to the protection of the president for the reasons we have mentioned. And we discussed that article as well. We also have the RNC. What do you think about that? What do you think about the worship of the celebration of a foreign and alien god, Wuguru, Wuhugaru, Wuhigaru? What do you think about that? And all the people in there bowing their heads to Wuhigaru, and what god is next. But first, we're going to talk about blind sight in the Go Free practice and what exactly it means for us. What does it mean for you personally? Let me take a look at the live chat over here on YouTube. And I will reset our platforms and we'll see if there are any financial gifts or comments. Machiavelli Sucks is here. Hyperborean Dream, Cool Papa J Magic, Samuski, Cute Face, Nameless One, Anglo-Saxon and WG, Ivan the Horrible is here. Wonderful to see you, champion. Lunda Down Under is with us. Wonderful champion. First Last is here. I'm rolling through the champions. We have Jay Bishop and Slaughtz are both here, as well as Hyperborean Dream is here. Azimuth Clark, the hero, has joined the assemblage. And I felt the power in the ripple in the power of the force as he joined us. Of course, we said hello to Raymond Foster is still with us. Saw him a little bit earlier today. JK160 is in the house. Hello, good brother. So is Southern Bloom. And who else is here? Hello, sister. Hello, hello. And Henry is here. Hello to Henry and welcome to you. Tag me as No White Guilt if you would like me to see what you have to say. A question, a comment, a concern, a position. Maybe some other content creator is saying X, Y, or Z, and you would like my thought on that. I see that Max and Rob are both here. Hello to you, Max and Rob. Greetings. Who else do we have? Wuhigaru, folks. Wuhigaru. Wuhigaru. Poor lady. I felt bad for her. Harit, or what was her name? Hamit? I felt bad for her. You could see she was clearly nervous. Maybe she's a better singer when she's not nervous, but her voice was cracking from the nerves, I'm guessing. And at least I don't think that's part of the singing prayer for Wuhigaru. But come on, Wuhigaru. I felt sympathy for her. I felt a little bit of that, vicarious embarrassment for her. But I was also like, Wuhigaru? This is America. You can do Wahiguru in your house or at your temple. But this is America. It has a founding stock that is still here. So Wahiguru. And then she's like, the thing that I found most offensive was when she thanked Wahiguru for America. If that's what gave us America. White people give us America. Not Wahiguru. Sorry. Wahiguru maybe made some, did some great things. It didn't do America. It doesn't do Western civilization. White people do Western. If you want to thank somebody, thank the white race. Look out at the audience and say, thank God there are white people with the Western biospirit that creates with their instinct every moment of the day Western civilization, without which there would be none. So I found that was the most aggrieved that I've been in a while. I thank Wahiguru for America. I took great umbrage, even though she was not giving umbrage, I'm sure. I took it nonetheless. Samuski, blind sight. I have an idea, but I really am not familiar with this idea. Looking forward to learning something new here, as always. Thank you, brother. Blind sight. Yes, that's what we're going to talk about, the Go Free lesson of the day briefly. But we should probably give longer time to the lessons of the day, because this is really what's changing the world. Will you kind of Saxon is here. Great to see you. I had some excellent conversation with my uncle when he was visiting last week, says Cool Papa J Magic. He was extremely receptive to Go Free concepts. He's a classic Christian conservative type. Isn't that interesting? Well done. Thank you for that swashbuckling. Great champion. What we all need to be doing, I keep saying it, this is what works. You'll be able to use it on every moral person, family, friend, coworker, and they will take up these concepts. Best case, that's like the average scenario. Best case scenario, they start going free themselves. They want to know more. Worst case scenario, they go silent because they see that you're holding a moral position that they can't contend with without looking immoral. Well done, champion. Donning armor is with us. He's donning the armor for the champions. Blind sight. Within the practice of Go Free, blind sight is your ability prior to coming to Go Free. It varies on every one of us to identify what is really wrong in the world. So we can say of those around us, we can give a measurement to those around us. Maybe when we talk to each other, we're talking about, say, a content creator. What is his or her level of blind sight? How close is he or she to seeing that the problem is a targeting of white people on the basis of our birth? That it is indeed our essence that is under attack. That the discrimination is against white people for being white, is against our norms, our mores, i.e. white erasure. So most of you who, especially those who have become sort of knights of the white table, had higher levels of blind sight than the average population. Some of you indeed were really heading down kind of the same path that I was walking. And therefore that with your blind sight, able to see increasingly what's going on to various degrees in the world around us. And therefore, to various degrees, what needs to be to remedy our victimization. So with this unit of measurement, we can evaluate those around us. We can understand better our own history, maybe even feel proud. Maybe we had a great level of blind sight prior to coming to the Go Free practice in this community. And we take pride in that. Or maybe we take pride in the fact that we had a very low level of blind sight as a consequence of anti-whiteism and all that we were infected with. And still, after finding Go Free, we've come all this way. So we came from a place of very little blind sight to a place of great knowing and practice of Go Free, and therefore contending and defeating anti-whiteism, the evil of our age. We can review our own history and even where we are today. As we practice Go Free, it's not a one and done. We don't read and put it away. It's a practice, because we have to train our subconscious minds, which live our lives, to create these counter triggers to the triggering of the mean pathogens that are in our subconscious minds. During that process, we will still be relying on blind sight. Indeed, the explicit white sympathetic sphere, largely, and to a lesser degree in the implicit white sympathetic sphere, are operating totally on degrees of blind sight and then anti-whiteism, the anti-white narrative, and misguided notions on how to resist it. Very useful tool in understanding ourselves and our world and those around us, and how they come to those conclusions, and indeed, how we still think about things that we haven't remedied yet with the Go Free method, because we are still using the crutches of our blind sight, the way we've always seen it. We need those who engage in the Go Free practice in our lives. We need to track down those tools of our past that we now refer to, if you didn't know about blind sight already in the Go Free method, refer to as our tools of blind sight. And we need to make sure that we replace them with the perfection and the increasing perfection of the Go Free method. We can also look at our peers, as I say, and evaluate them and their level of blind sight, and thereby items in their history, in their toolbox of understanding the world, that could be, as blind sight, helpful to illuminate truths that Go Free reveals, or also harmful tools of blind sight that end up getting in the way and inhibiting and making it difficult to communicate the truths that we share here in the Go Free practice. So very useful concept in the Go Free practice, that if you weren't already aware of it, you can put it to use for yourself in your swashbuckling, in the practice on yourself, and make bigger gains in the world. I want to see everybody go to their absolute maximum apogee. Nobody's at the perigee here. Nobody's perigee. Nobody's perigee here. We're all apogee. We are at the highest possible point. And I want to see you all become your best and go out into the world, recapturing our destiny, so that we don't have to suffer white people bowing their heads to Wahigaru, who has given us America, apparently. No, thank you. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but no, thank you. No offense to people who practice the Sikh religion, but no, thank you. I'll take a look at who is asking. If anybody asks for the mic on the Twitter space, you could talk about the Go Free lesson of the day and blind sight as it relates to Go Free and our practice. You could talk about Biden stepping down. What's going to happen next? Is Jason right? Is it going to be Kamala as president, running for president? And is it going to be, who do you think? I gave my predictions a little earlier, but who do you think? Do you think, like I think, that it's going to be potentially Whitmore, because she's a white female appealing to many white females? And then you have this extraordinary historic female ticket against a white male ticket. Think about that. And the arguments that anti-whites can make. What do you think is going to happen with the 3,000 plus delegates? What do you think about the curious parallels to Lyndon Johnson, 1968, Tet Offensive, Vietnam, and the DNC Chicago rerun here, a pugilist rerun of 1968 potentially? What do you think about that? What do you think about the pandemonium that could come about as a consequence? What are the Republicans going to do? You could talk about that. You could talk about the assassination attempt. You could talk about the Secret Service and how I was right about them, how they weren't providing aid at any of these. It wasn't like, why was there a shot left open at this rally? Burr vegetable garden. Ew, vegetables are talking here, Jason. Let the vegetables have their sway. You can talk about all that, but right now I'm going to take a look at the live chat on Twitter. I see Anti-Whiteism ends with you. Says, no white guilt. I have seen a YT channel that has created a matchmaking service focused on Roman Catholics. Is that something we can replicate for Go Free white positive members? Well, at the time, it's a great question. When we Liv has whitedate.net, constantly under assault, hacking. They do an amazing job over there. I don't know. She's thrown off of numerous platforms because it's for white people to meet white people. And so with the anti-white immoral, but moral imperative as our social morality, that's totally immoral for white people to get together, find love, happiness, and have white babies. And so there might be something we could do in the future, perhaps in association with Liv in the future, since she's worked on this for years now. That would be a wonderful thing. But that anti-whiteism ends with you. That, thank you for the question, is something that we could very easily do if we could create a white well-being movement. But as you know, the multiracial Jew spurging and Jew hating movement will not, I don't want to say allow or permit it, because it's not up to whether or not they give it the okay. But at the presence of growth for anything concerned with the well-being of white people and the victimization of white people, they immediately attack, and they just will not allow it to exist as a movement. They just relentlessly attack. And so creating a movement is nigh impossible because we have this AIDS in our body politic. So you can thank them. When you say to yourself, well, I can't find a good mate. I can't find a quality mate. I would love to find somebody for companionship, to get married, start a family with, have beautiful children with, fulfill this need in my life. You can thank that we don't have a movement concerned with the well-being of white people because of the Jew haters, the multiracial Jew haters. They are the ones that destroy everything for us, everything concerned with white people. We got a tag. Let's see if there are any other tags there for yours truly. I don't see any others. All right. I'll check entropy. Wilson Bear says, oh, that's what he had financially gifted. He also wrote as a chat. And we don't have any tags that I see on Odyssey. If you tag me and I'm missing it, tag me again, please. Just copy and paste and tag it down there at No White Guilt. D Live, let's see. Spartan says, Black YouTuber abused pet birds live on stream, and he has 27 million followers. Well, yeah, absolutely despicable, this animal abuse. And if you're non-white, especially the angelized Black race, you can almost do no wrong in the anti-white narrative. and even abusing animals. So I would not be surprised if I were to see that and come to the same conclusion that the animals were being abused and allowed to have, and this person is allowed to retain the YouTube. I can't even tell you the problems that we've recently had with you. By the way, YouTube continues to delete my comments on my own channel. So if you reach out to me and you say, Jason, I got a question, be on the qui vive and looking for my response, because it's not going to be there long. Ever since my recent interaction back and forth with YouTube over some bullshit they're pulling on me again, they have just started deleting my comments. And YouTube, if you're not doing it, if one of your staffers is not deleting my comments, then there's a glitch and you got to fix it, because my comments are disappearing from my own threads. So that's what they do to me, and have shadow banned me. I don't show up anywhere. And they've absolutely stalled the growth of the channel a long time ago. But if you're an angelized class member and you maybe do something, you maybe abuse birds, you get 27 million. I'm sure he's worth 27 million people. He wasn't pushed or anything. Oh, aside from the fact that YouTube and Wojcicki and all of them, do you remember years ago when they were talking about, we're going to push the non-white content creators and the female we're going to push them. Well, then that means who you aren't pushing. Who are you not pushing? Who's left? Oh, white guys. Okay. But of course, they do end up pushing some white guys, homosexual white guys, white conservative guy content creators who are preaching things that are destructive for our people and that undermine defense. They will push them. You find that every day. All right, let's see. Under the thread. Under the thread. Isn't there an Under the Sea song from some children's movie? We have, I don't know the words to it, so, but if I did, maybe I would sing some of it. I don't know. I haven't sang in a while, have I? We have Antiwhite Vilification League from Down Under, Robert. And just getting this together, I haven't had an opportunity to look at it, brother, but he says, the biospirit of the West speaks through this man. Thank you. Speaks through you too, brother. God bless you. The spirit of the West is rich in our champions. Thank you. And I'll be checking out your new website soon. Let me swivel back around. We'll be celebrating it soon. Swivel back around to YouTube and look. We got 2 requests for microphone. I'll take a look and I'll hand them out. We got the great Slaughtz is first, and then Joshua, another champion, coming up. Let me just take a quick look. Ursula in The Little Mermaid, Under the Sea. Well, thank you, Samuski. I will look that up. I don't know of this Under the Sea, but I'm sure I could learn to sing it for you all. And if it's worth singing, I maybe won't, but we'll see as I check through. But thank you, Samuski. Ursula, Under the Sea. Logan says, happy Sunday. No white guilt. Well, happy Sunday to you. It's our Going Free gathering. Great to see you, Logan. Henry, great to see you, brother, says, one curative I've used is when people deny the victimization of white people. I usually say, quote, what about you cares for white people even 1%? Nothing, close quote. What do you think of this approach? If it's working for you and it's clearly born out of, to whatever degree of the practice that you're doing, you are able to come to that. I mean, that's a correct dialectic there, is to say not even a percent of concern for white people. Doesn't that make you anti-white? I mean, yeah, you can follow that train of thought. Well done. Samuski again. When you name Ivan the Huggable, I have an image in my head of a 7-foot, 300-pound, red-bearded Viking, fully armored, wielding a 100-pound double axe and an Eindelen shield. Oh, epic. It's an awesome image. Yeah, me too. That's great. The great Lunder says he couldn't have done what he did without the Aussie GFC. Yeah, all champions down there doing a bang up job. 4 blokes pitched in some money as well for his journey so that he could attend the venue. Big salutes to everybody down there. Big salutes. Passing the mic over to the great Slaughtz here. First, when you have the mic, brother, you can begin speaking.
How is my audio?
Perfect, man. Can hear you clearly. What's on your mind?
Great. So I just had one thing. There was a lot of topics I could bring up, but I have just one. I had said that previously on the previous stream that due to selfish individualism that Biden would not drop out and people would be defending him. Well, the assassination attempt changes the narrative in the framing, in the context. Mm-hmm. And due to that attempt, vagues, unwillingly and subconsciously, they associate the attempted assassination with Biden's name on the current administration. And mm-hmm. It also took all the political attention away from Biden,
right?
Away from the Democrats. And so now with a change, they can take political attention back.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, similar, but for a different reason. I think you're right, though. That's a great point. I was thinking that, at this point, when your opponent is seen to have been and perceived to have been saved by God himself, that now's the time to call it quits. There's no way. And so the challenge to Biden would have seemed even greater in the eyes. And so therefore, like you're saying, but for a different reason, that totally changed everything. It totally changed the context. And yeah, he's gone now. Did you have any other thoughts that you wanted to add, brother?
That was it, brother.
Epic. Well, stay on the line and you can jump in when you so desire. We have Joshua. Joshua, brother, you are unmuted. You can pick up the mic and tell us what's on your mind.
You can hear me, right?
I can, brother. What are your thoughts?
All right. Just to let you know as an update, when it comes to Lana's brother, Henrik said that he already passed away. Henrik announced. Yeah, Henrik announced. Yeah, he announced that on Friday, on his Flashback Friday. Basically, he did a solo show and pretty much told everyone that Lana's brother passed away. So he's already gone, unfortunately. And he said that's kind of what happens when a white person lives in a third world country, and and Lana basically said it's been hell pretty much.
Oh, gosh. So tragic. Yeah.
And I should know, too, because I have an uncle who lives in Thailand with his wife in a foreign country, and if anything happened to him, nobody would be able to go down there to help them or anything.
Right. Well, let's direct our prayers to Lana and her family and easing their suffering and helping them get through. It's very, very difficult losing a loved one, especially one that's very close. So thank you so much, brother, for the update.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you that update. And also, my question was, do you think politics is still a liable option for us, like voting in a way to change things the way we want them, even though we know that the system is totally rigged against us? And it's kind of like the WWE, where people already know who's going to get in before they start even fighting in the ring. So I was kind of wondering what your thoughts were on that, if it's still viable, or do we have to reboot the whole system?
Great question. Thank you so much, brother. And it's an appropriate time to ask for those who are new or fairly new or listening live or in replay. We don't believe that, at least I personally don't believe that we're going to be able to vote someone in that is going to be able to truly, definitively, even incrementally deal with anti-whiteism. The best a politician can do, as far as legislation, is to speak to these issues and therefore cast this white magic with our lexicon into the population's awareness. They're not going to be able, just like happened with Trump in the first 4 years, all politicians are going to be stymied, they're going to be undercut, they're going to be derailed. And so therefore, anything that we might see as an incremental step back in, or incremental step in the right direction, is going to be slowed down or halted entirely. And then when that politician is out of office, or even before they're out of office, it's just overturned for another anti-white outcome. Politics, as I ascertained many years earlier as a very young man, is simply a game of finance. Whoever has the money wins the elections, because they can manipulate what people understand about the politicians. Anti-whiteism is the social, moral fabric, the tapestry of Western civilization, because it is the product of psychological warfare that replaced our previous moral and ethical structures, designed specifically and been part of us because of our weakness for time immemorial. Obviously didn't look quite like it looks today in previous epochs, but the same phenomenon was present, which is why we haven't been able to defeat it by addressing it as anything other than a phenomenon that is a consequence of a weakness in our people. When we address that, it will be cured, and there'll be nothing outside of us that could overcome that cure. Politics, since it's a game of money, ends up being a winner goes to the wealthiest financiers, and that doesn't mean either that the opposition of the winners represents a defense of our people. That's one of the big errors that the broad midwittery, well, let's just say the subgenius makes. It's one of the many errors that the subgenius makes when they look at our socio-political, etc. context and situation. So that is to say, no, we're not going to be able to vote somebody in office that is going to defeat anti-whites, anti-whiteism, recapture our destiny. What we can get out of politics, though, I alluded to moments ago, is the legitimization of the concepts that create the story that we live in as a people, which recasts the conversation about our victimization in a way that positions us as moral actors when we defend our well-being, when we advance our well-being. The effects of this and the success of this are the only successes and are abundant, and we celebrate them every week. So that is what we can get a politician to do. Now, politically, just like we did with Jeff Deal, I spoke the white magic into the world on Jason Goes Political, and then the general No White Guilt Clips went out into the world and perfectly executed this to get a politician, Jeff Deal running for office, to get him to give lip service or to refuse to give lip service to our well-being. And what does this do, of course? It speaks our concepts into the consciousness of our people, legitimizing those concepts in that discussion, even if it's a situation, as we saw with Eric in his conversation with that content creator, where the content creator disagreed, but the concept of white erasure was legitimized in that conversation. So in that exact same fashion, that is what we can do when there are relative to politics. As we improve our numbers, and unfortunately, we're not going to be able to be a movement as such because of the multiracial Jew-hating movement destroys. I mean, I just saw another set of comments come through on my Twitter when people recommend me. God bless you for recommending me. The champions here do it. They recommend me. They tag me because they're like, go to this guy. This is the place to go check it out. Well, until I leave that conversation, I get everybody else's comments. And what invariably ends up happening is these multiracial Jew haters show up to say, no, don't go listen to that guy. Don't go listen to him. He only cares about the well-being of white people. He is not concerned with harming Jews. And they'll say anything that they think the audience there, as you know, will turn them off to coming and finding me. So these losers, this AIDS, won't let people find white well-being. So we won't be able to have a movement as such. But as our numbers increase, remember, and this is, people were asking me, what can we do politically? And Josh was asking the question right now. What we can do vis-a-vis politics, traditional politics, is we can get enough white people to get a politician to either deny giving us lip service or to give us lip service. If they deny giving us lip service in the form of course, white well-being matters as well. That's a great positive because of the lexicon. If we get them to refuse to give us lip service, then in most races are close enough that in most of these races, we could cleave off enough white people to make the politician lose. So if there were an effort on a larger scale at some point in the future to identify politicians across Western countries and say, all right, this is going to be a razor thin race. Let's go to the right side or whatever it is, a politician, and let's put them on the record as either refusing to care about white people and white well-being or caring about them and letting them know, if you don't give us lip service, we're going to let everybody in your constituency know that you don't care about white people and you don't care about our suffering. Now, that'll be enough white people that'll say, what? He doesn't care about us or she doesn't care about us. I'm not voting for him then or her then, that the politician will lose. And the thing the politician cares about most is getting elected, the fame, the fortune, the sex, the attention from the media, the pats on the head, the privileges, etc. And so that is how we can interact. Otherwise, it's just to get our concepts. And that's what we can still do with Trump today, is we can, and we will continue to do. And you saw how beautifully Lunder just used. So you know what? In all honesty, everyone out there who looks at what we're doing and is like, I don't think it's right. You know, fuck you. We're succeeding. We swashed on Donald Trump Jr., and he was moral enough to take up these concepts. Then his father used one of the concepts that we swashed into the mouth of Don Jr. Now Lunder, in another country, another one of our countries on the other side of the world, was able to go to a legitimate political party's rally and say to the leader of that party, hey, Donald Trump said anti-white. It's legitimate, therefore. And here is anti-whiteism. And you can understand it as similar to anti-Semitism for Jews. And she was immediately like, yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense. Immediately can understand everything because of these victories. I don't want to hear anything. Fuck everybody out there who wants to disagree. We have all the victories. You have all the complainers. So this is my opinion now for those who disagree. No time for you anymore. We have all the victory. When you start having victories, rather than like grandiose visions and complaints, and this won't work because of that, and that won't work because of this, and just complaints about me and everything that we do here. If you're going to continue with that, nothing to hear from me. Start having the victories like we're having. Stop denying that we're achieving these things when we've clearly been working on it forever, and we're doing it. Into the conversation. Let me see what else we have here from folks if they want to share. It's a great question, Josh. We'll see if we have any other financial gifts or if we have anybody tagging me.
Can I speak up?
Yeah, jump in.
So I just want to mention that politics is a post-anti-whiteism endeavor, because when it comes to politics, it's supposed to be a movement, a structure for organizing a people. So that was what it was originally in America, and then it transformed into a multiracial, apolitical hellscape, white erased. That's being white erased. So what I mean by post-anti-whiteism is you have to, anti-whiteism is not a political thing. It's a natural human, not natural as in good, arsenic is natural. You don't want it. So you want to get rid of that. And that's, you want to do that first before you talk about politics.
Precisely. Very well put. Yeah, I mean, the underlying fabric of a society, because where does the society exist? It's in people's heads. It doesn't exist outside of our heads. It's amazing. All of these subgenius takes in the world, and they get airtime, especially from the vegetable garden out there, because they can't understand anything else. But the actual tapestry, that the fabric of society is the social morality. And the anti-white oligarchs came to the realization of this, and they have targeted that social morality. They dominate it. We developed the cure for it, the remedy to it. It's working. It's demonstrable in a conversation. Everything is downstream from that. Nothing occurs before that. Very well said. Very well said, Slaughtz. We have Golden Honeybee. Ramsey Paul has used the term anti-whiteness about 3 times in 2 of his videos about Trump and Vance. I told him it's anti-whiteism, but I think I'm blocked, says Golden Honeybee. Well, let's make sure that Ramsey Paul sees much more of the word anti-whiteism rather than anti-whiteness. And if somebody's a friend and they can explain to him that whiteness is an anti-white concept and extremely destructive for our people, and therefore should not be used, then please do so. But otherwise, let's just have him and his audience start using anti-whiteism and seeing anti-whiteism more and more. The audience will pick it up, and then hopefully anti-whiteness will drop from his vocabulary. But big salute to you, brother, for getting in there and trying to make it happen. Hyperborean Dream says, Jason and the white well-being juggernauts. Ah, yes. Yes, indeed. I love it. All right. Making one last pass as we are. Joshua, you have something else you want to say?
About JD Vance. Why do you think that Trump went for him? I have a lot of people telling me that the reason why Trump chose JD is because he wanted the Catholic vote, but he also wanted the Ohio vote. Do you think that's true? And also, do you think the Democrats would actually go for Kamala, or do you think they would choose somebody else who they thought was better at the last moment and ditch her completely, since not too many people like her to begin with?
So true. I think, and I could be corrected if I'm wrong, that Trump won Ohio both times. I could be wrong, but I think he won. So he wouldn't need help there. He needs help in Pennsylvania. And the Vance really, I mean, it's apropos to say that being trailer trash in Southern Ohio is simpatico to trailer trash in Pennsylvania. As far as Catholic, I mean, what is he raising his non-white children as? Are they going to be Sikh? Are they going to be Catholic? I don't know how much of a vote that he'll pull out of that. But I really think it comes down to, for Trump, Pennsylvania, and guaranteeing Pennsylvania for him is really going to guarantee him the election. And Vance, being a fellow trailer trash, is potentially going to do that for him, and maybe some help in some other states where there are similar populations. But Kamala, I think that, and we're going to have to wrap it up after this, folks. We are running out of time. But Kamala has, as I was saying, a passable legal argument for accessing the money that were contributed to her and Joe. Otherwise, the arguments that would have to be made, the legal arguments that would have to be made to access the money, I think would have to be really extraordinary. And is there enough time for that? I don't know. More importantly, there is a superstructure in place to get Kamala and Joe elected. And so Kamala on the ticket seems necessary, because how in the world would you build this entire superstructure across the country in every state without enough time? 100 days or so, that's just not enough time. And also, you have the ballot question. There probably is some sort of a legally passable argument for Kamala and somebody else to be on the ballot, as opposed to in at least three states, I think it is, as opposed to two brand new people altogether. So I think it's got to be Kamala. But at this point, it's getting pretty wild out there. I think it's got to be Kamala, though, and I think it is likely to be somebody like Whitmer as the running mate, so that they can have this Cinderella story. These two quote unquote middle-aged women come in with 100 days to beat the quote racist tyrant Donald Trump, the white male team against the females, and the power obviously that the females wield in households to browbeat their men into supporting and financially gifting and voting for would be something the Democrats would be able to rely upon. Not impossible that it could be Michelle Obama as a vice president, but I think that at the end of the day, the purpose of what the Democrat financial oligarchs are going to be doing is situating a storyline that they can use to steal the election and say it's plausible that they got so many votes because this is the first all-female ticket in American history, and they were facing off against the white males, creating some sort of plausible narrative for another theft. Again, the ear is against the door, and I don't know exactly what happened last time. I don't know exactly what's going to happen this time, but these are just my speculations, just my opinion. I wasn't there and won't be there counting the votes, but this is my speculation. And it's just going to be an superficial storyline, no matter how bad Kamala does in debates, no matter how bad she does at the rallies. It's just to say these two females, quote unquote, middle-aged, historic ticket, and they, in 100 days or fewer, save the country, kind of a thing. So don't be surprised if that ends up being the case. Nevertheless, we know that we are doers here in service to white well-being. We are not watching. We talk about the news so that we have something to catalyze the conversation with the concepts and dialectics of Go Free. We are demonstrating it every week, enormous successes from top to bottom, everywhere a person lives in their lives. The classroom, the union hall, the police departments, the major media corporations, the political, legitimate political parties. We are demonstrating it week after week, and we need to continue doing it because no one else is doing it. This is the future for our people. This is the future for Western kind. If we do not recast the story, if we do not give our people these concepts
so that they find themselves living in a story where they are moral actors, it's over. But it's not going to be over for a long time. It'll be a long, suffering, drawn out rape, torture, indignity, suffering for this generation of white youth and many generations to come. It's all come down to us. We have our marching orders. We better get to it. Love you all. Let's go free.